Yes, Hannibal! Ow! Oh, baby! Oh, Hannibal! All right. Today we are going to talk about Jehovah's Witness elders that want to bully victims. What kind of Jehovah's Witness elder wants to bully victims? I said, what kind of Jehovah's Witness elder wants to bully the victims, boo? What kind of elder are you, boo? You want to bully me, boo? Do you really want to bully victims of child sexual abuse? Tell me, boo. I want to know. Love you, Hannibal. All right, so today, hey, you like my friend's artwork in the back? We got some elders that want to bully victims. We got some elders, dude. Some Jehovah's Witness elders that want to bully victims in the silence, dude, about the child abuse. All right. We have 3 viewers. If you're just tuning in, thank you for tuning in. I'm not able to see the live chat right now, but I just wanted to come on and show you this wonderful little mask we got. All right. So today we want to talk about Jehovah's Witness elders who like to bully people. Can you believe that? Now, what kind of Jehovah's Witness elder wants to shut down victims speaking out about child sexual abuse in their congregation? Oh, look, we've got Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed. Hi, Hannibal. I love you, Hannibal. And Mop Floyd is in the live chat. What's up, Mop Floyd? How are you, my friend? Haven't seen you in a while. I hope your health is doing better. You know, I am worried about you sometimes. Pulmonary embolisms don't sound like fun. No, they don't, Hannibal. All right, we've got 4 people watching in the live chat. Oh, we got 5 viewers watching. All right. Okay, boo. All right. Today, we're going to focus on one topic. Well, we're going to try. I'm going to take this mask off for a second. We're coming to you live streaming, and we're going to talk about bullying tactics of the Watchtower Jehovah's Witnesses, specifically elders and circuit overseers and substitute circuit overseers who abide by that 2-witness rule and who want to bully victims who speak out about that 2-witness rule and who speak out about them. Yes, there are some elders around that have been doing some bullying and intimidation tactics. Oh, what, honey? Oh, no, honey, boo. I know we ain't going to have that, boo. We are not going to have that. Whoa. Okay, we are just, working our way through a summer cold, so excuse the coughing. But yes, hard at work, still in the mix, still talking about it. You ain't gonna stop nothing, Jehovah's Witnesses. You can bully one person, and you can, I doubt you'll bully that person into silence. I think anything that you're gonna do is gonna backfire. That person is wired to relentlessly expose you. And anything that you do in the negative is going to even amp it up even more. I'm just here to tell you. I think what you're wanting to do is gonna backfire on you worse than you could ever imagine. And it's gonna be all above board legal. Nobody's gonna have to do anything shady like you're doing with the 2-witness rule. Nobody's gonna have to do anything but sit back and watch and eat the popcorn. Because when you bully somebody, it's going to be spread and it's going to be known. We're going to bring so much attention to you and your activities and who you are and where you are. It's not even going to be funny. So if you want to be famous, you keep doing it. You want to be famous? We're going to make you famous. All right? Because we're over here in Hollywood. Okay, honey. Well, honey. So, honey, what we had today, boo, we got, as we've been saying, boo, we got some elders, boo, and they've been trying to get a little bit, you know, bullyish-like, and they've been trying to tell victims to shut up, and they've been, you know, saying that these people are crazy and not to be believed, honey, boo. But, boo, you ain't going to be able to avoid those news reports, boo. Sure, you can discredit one person, boo, but can you discredit CNN, BBC, Panorama, Headline News, 60 Minutes, 2020, boo? You're going to have some work on your hands, boo. Can you discredit the Australian Royal Commission and the FBI, boo? I don't know, boo. And then, boo, I don't know if you really want to pick on certain people, boo, because they got certain friends, boo. They got friends and groups of friends and organizations of friends, boo. Oh, I don't know. If you hurt that person, you might be pissing off a lot of other folks, boo. So, boo, I don't know, boo. But anyway, we're going to sing a little Jehovah, Jehovah, boo. I've been looking at some pictures over here on the internet, boo. And I have some questions about some of these pictures, boo. We're going to go do this together, boo. Let me see what we can do, honey, boo. We're going to go over here to Pinterest, boo. What in the world, boo? These cats jealous, boo. Yeah, we found some things over here on am I saying it right, Pinterest? Yeah, we found some interesting pictures of Jehovah's Witnesses on Pinterest, and we also went to Twitter, and I have to say there's all kinds of strange trends happening with the Jehovah's Witnesses. Does anybody know about the jumping? What's up with the constant jumping? Groups of Jehovah's are jumping in the mid-air. Well, honey, I don't know about the jumping, boo, but Professor Martyrdom, boo, hey, baby, boo. Hey, baby, I got a mask just like you, honey. Look at this, boo. Let me put this mask on again, boo. I love this mask, honey. I'm going to show you this right here. And Professor Martyrdom in live chat says, what goes around comes around, honey, boo. You hear that, Jehovah Witness elders, boo? I know y'all listening to this chat, boo. You hear that, boo? What goes around comes around. You want to keep on bullying and trying to intimidate people to shut up? You go right on ahead, boo, but I don't think it's going to work for you. You might end up being roasted like Jehovah, boo. I don't know. Okay, boo. So anyway, honey, we got 7 live viewers. Well, we got 6 now, boo. And we're still talking about Jehovah Witness bullies, boo. Can you believe it, boo? Jehovah Witnesses want to bully victims of sexual abuse. They want to bully them into silence, boo. Can you believe there's elders that helped cover up? Let me tell you what the deal is, boo. Let me tell you about this one elder, boo. This one Jehovah Witness elder, he helped to cover up, boo. He helped to cover up. I'm going to get on cam and tell you to you face to face, boo. I'm going to get on cam as soon as I can find the window. Boo, this Jehovah Witness elder, boo, he helped cover up child sexual abuse. He knew this little girl was getting beat
down with the middle part of the belt buckle, boo. Stripped naked, beat down, boo. Uh-huh. This elder knew about it. He knew about it for decades, boo. He knew that that girl was getting molested by the stepdad, boo. And you know what he did? He called these one-man judicial committees, boo. Oh, he bullied that little kid. He bullied that kid and got his rocks off on it, boo. Yeah, baby. And you know what he's doing? He's still trying to bully that person. Even though the person's talking about it and telling everybody, he's still trying to bully that person. I wonder how many other kids is he still trying to bully, you know? And then, baby, you have to wonder if you're covering up child abuse. Are you an abuser, boo? If you're helping to enable pedophilia with that two-witness rule, people are going to wonder if you're a pedophile too, boo, because what kind of person would do that, huh? What kind of person would do that? Jehovah's Witnesses, of course. Yeah, baby. Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah.
All right. I'm having a lot of fun with this mask. We bought this mask a couple of days ago, and you know, it's a cool little ditty. But yeah, what do you think about that, everyone? What does the chat think? What do people think? Something found. Hey, baby. Something found is in the chat. Thank you. Something found in live chat says, hello, loving the costume. And Professor Martinum Truth in the live chat says, Golden Guy Fawkes, get him, boo. That's right. Word up. Word up. Mop Floyd's in the live chat. Something found. Professor Martyrdom. Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed. How you doing, brother? Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed is a very, I have to tell you something about this brother right here. This man right here is highly, highly focused. I mean, he has got a focus out of this world, laser sharp. So, you know, don't get into it with him. You best know what you're talking about if you're going to have a discussion with him, because he knows his stuff. And if you're slipping, he's going to let you know right away. All right. So we've got 7 live viewers watching right now. We're talking about Jehovah's Witness elders trying to bully victims of child sexual abuse into silence through various, you know, scare tactics and attempts and things like that, you know. And there's people saying they want to sue. They want to sue people for slander, but news reports aren't slander, last I checked. Are they? Posting news reports about people, is that considered slander nowadays? I don't know. It must be one of those Jehovah's Witness lawyers, you know, that got their education from the Awake magazine. Maybe you need to start reading law books instead of the Awake, because you know how Jehovah's Witnesses are. Their brain capacity isn't that strong, you know, from years and years of cult drivel pounded into their head, 3rd grade level, reading level cult drivel. A lot of them just don't have the capacity for logic and critical thinking that requires any kind of legal understanding of any law. But hey, you know, there's always exceptions to that rule, right? All right, Mop Floyd in the live chat says, needs stringing up the prick, beat him right into the new order. That'll work. Well, Mop Floyd, you're the kind of person that likes to put their hands on people, huh? You know me, I don't like to get my hands dirty. I don't like touching pedophiles, even if with a fist. You know what I mean? I let other people do it, though, you know, and, you know, I'll take my popcorn and eat it while I watch other people beat the crap out of them. You know, I'm not going to judge anybody for beating down a pedophile, if that's what you're asking me. But, yeah, something found in the live chat says, just watched I'm Wordly's new video. Definitely an elder's wife that was in the mix, and it was a good one. She used a slander word too. Yeah, Yeah, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they have a big bark because they are scared. You know, like I'm Wordley's new video, Zeb Freestone. He is awesome, by the way. If you haven't checked out his videos, check out his videos. I mean, he just crashes these kingdom halls. You know, he starts opening the prayer for these people. And he goes inside of the kingdom halls to tell people in the middle of their meetings and their memorial services about the Australian Royal Commission. He's got some guts, and he tapes it, he videos it, and then he brings it back to us. But yeah, they like to use the slander thing. You know, when you go onto their Kingdom Hall property and they realize you're someone who you know, has half a brain and likes to ask questions, then they like to threaten you by, you know, saying we're going to call the police for trespassing. But the thing about that is that you're a public place. And you don't know anything about the law. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using those kinds of threats. And as far as slander is concerned, I have yet to see any Jehovah's Witness sue anybody, ex-Jehovah's Witness or victim or survivor or whomever. I've yet to see any Jehovah's Witness sue anyone else for outing them about the pedophilia. Have you? Have you seen that? If you have, can you send me those news links? Because I'd like to know.
Boo, there ain't nobody suing, boo. They ain't got no money. And besides, boo, if they were to sue anybody, boo, that would open them up for all kinds of investigating and probing and legal deposing, boo. You know, lawsuits go two ways, boo. You know, the other party can dig into you just like you can dig into them, boo. And then, boo, if you're dealing with somebody who ain't got much to be dug on, boo, because they pretty much out anyway, then you best be sure your shit is clean, boo. You better not have one skeleton in your closet, boo. Your laundry better be squeaky clean, boo. Because you open yourself up for it to be aired, boo, all over the place with style and grace. Mm-hmm.
Yup. Well, I'll tell you what, if anybody is ever going to be sued by any Jehovah's Witness for slander about the child abuse stuff or anything like that, it will be a great opportunity for you to summon a governing body to the stand. It will be a great opportunity for you to depose the person, all their family members, all their church members, all of the people in their congregation, to summon the governing body itself, to request internal watchtower documents. So to those Jehovah's Witness elders that are trying to bully victims of child sex abuse into silence, got news for you. You're going to be just a pawn in a big-ass chess game. But you're going to be spending your money, because JW.org is not going to spend money on your lawyer for your defamation slander case. You're going to spend your money and time and energy. And at the end of it all, your money and your time and your energy and your lawsuit will be just a tool for that survivor to get at a much bigger fish. So, hey, you want to step into that ring? Hey, nobody's going to stop you. But you're going to be wasting your time, because now you're going to have a lawsuit on your ass, and you're still going to be legally responsible and criminally responsible for that two-witness rule.
Oh, we forgot about that, did we?
Yeah, conveniently forgot. You see, Jehovah's Witnesses, I'm so glad I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. How about you guys? I'm serious. I am so glad I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. Goodness gosh. They're getting whooped all over the place.
Well, Mark Floyd in the live chat says this is vinyl way back in '79, Horny Boo. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun.
Wow. Excuse me. Yeah, it sounds bad. I'm not doing very well right now, but I don't care. Yeah, Mott Floyd. They missed the starting gun, did they? And something found in the live chat says, "Thinking of Skeletons in Your Closet" by Stevie Wonder. Oh, that's a Skeletons in the Closet? Let me hear that. Skeletons in the Closet, Stevie Wonder. All right, let's see if we can play that.
He's a NASCAR champion who's faced thousands.
As you can hear, I don't have YouTube Red, but I'm going to skip this ad. Here we go. Oh, I remember this song. Oh. Skeletons in your closet. Itching to come outside. Messing with your conscience in a way your face can't hide. Oh, things are getting real funky. Now that they are correct. And it's not just gonna stinking. It's a stank lies you tell. Did your mama tell you my life? Oh yeah. That it wasn't polite to tell a white one. But did your daddy tell you my life? And one white one turns into a black one. So, get ready to go. Oh no, oh! Somebody shut up, girl. Get ready to go. Get ready to go. Get ready to shot. Somebody get ready to go. Hey, this is a good song or something found. I think this is a really great song. We'll dedicate this song. What should we dedicate this song to? Wow. I think we'll dedicate this song to Beelzebub, Henry. Hey, by the way, check out this book sometime. It's a good book right here. Real good book. See that? Real good handbook. Having a daytime nightmare. Has always been your biggest fear. Hey, this is a great song, seriously. So, we're still talking about Jehovah's Witnesses. And Jehovah's Witness elders that want to bully victims. I'm telling you, you want to bully victims? You think it's only one little kid that's speaking out? I don't think so. And, well, I think we need to take things up to another notch. I think we've been a little too kind and a little too sweet. What do you think? Let's see what the live chat has to say. All right, we've got something found. We've got 12 people watching right now. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you tuning in right now. Enjoy the artwork behind me. This isn't my artwork. This is my lovely lady's artwork here. Some of her first artwork pieces from way, way back, but it has a lot of magic mojo in it. So we keep it up on the wall back here. All right. Mia T is in the house. We've got King of Faders. Oh, King of Faders is in the house. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We're talking about Jehovah's Witness elders. Jehovah's Witness elders who want to bully victims. Can you believe that? Can you believe the audacity and the gall of Jehovah's Witness leaders, elders, and circuit overseers, threatening victims of child sexual abuse, threatening victims that they helped to keep covered up in the abuse. They helped to cover up the abuse. And now that these victims are speaking out, these survivors are speaking out, these elders are trying their best to threaten and intimidate and bully and harass victims and survivors of childhood sexual abuse into silence and complicit in compliance. That is a no-no. That is a no, no, no. And we're not going to stand for that. Okay? We're not going to stand for that. That's not the way to do things. The right thing to do is to take all of what you know, all of the records in your Kingdom Hall, and if you're a pedophile, then the right thing to do is to take your ass to the police and turn yourself in. That is the right thing to do. And anything else is wrong. And that would be the right thing to do according to your so-called Jehovah's Witness faith, at least the superficial one that you give lip service to. All right. So we got Ghost Rider Grace in here. Oh, let me tell you all about Ghost Rider Grace. She is one badass mama jamma. I know that's another Stevie Wonder song, right? But yeah, she is one badass mama jamma. Her and Professor Martyrdom. And then there's another one, Elizabeth. She is, whoa, yeah. We've got so many great people here. If you're just tuning in, thanks for watching. We got 10 viewers right now. We've got King of Faders in here. King of Faders in live chat says, I just want to say the convention cult movie is hilarious. I recommend it. Yeah, I have to say that convention cult movie is kind of funny. You know what I mean? But those convention movies, you know, they put so much fear into the Jehovah's Witnesses. The convention movie puts a lot of fear and loathing into this world, you know, and you've got Jehovah's Witnesses paranoid. You know, I know when they look at this right here, when they see this, they're going to be freaking out and they're going to just have a persecution orgasm over this, you know. There's probably people that will make their elder careers off of this YouTube video. You know what I mean? They'll be at some convention or some assembly saying how they were persecuted for upholding the two-witness rule on pedophilia. And then everybody will clap. Jehovah, yes, Jehovah, bless Jehovah, and bless this brother. And then he'll go from being a toilet mopping, window washing, janitor nobody to an elder and a circuit overseer who now not only gets to tell his wife to eat dirt, but now he gets to tell a lot of people in his congregation to eat dirt too. So you've got this little guy here, and this is the typical bully. This is the typical bully. The typical bully is a weak coward. And that bully will search specific victims or prey that he thinks he can bully without getting caught. At the same time, that bully will go and be a totally different person to his circle of business associates or his circle of friends. It's like a split personality, you know. Some people like to bully their family members. Some people like to choose people outside, and some people bully both people, both in their family and outside of their family. A trend with the Jehovah's Witnesses, as far as bullying is concerned, they bully their own members. They bully each other. And a trend that you'll notice with the Jehovah's Witnesses is that they like to bully children, single mothers. They like to bully people that don't have status in the congregation. They like to bully people that, like I said, will never be able to tell, or at least they think will never be able to tell. And children that do come and tell, that go to the elders and tell the elders that they're being molested and abused, a lot of times the elders turn around and molest those kids. And there are countless of disgusting stories and experiences and news reports of just that. All you got to do is Google, okay? Google Jehovah's Witnesses. You're going to find so many things. But hey, you know, maybe Google's going to get sued for slander. Hey, don't sue me, sue Google. Google's got this stuff. Sue CNN in 2020. You know, but seriously, you have victims of Jehovah's Witnesses that are molested, and according to Jehovah's Witnesses, they're told to go to the elders to report. So when Jehovah's Witnesses tell you, oh yes, we do report child abuse, they're leaving off a part, and they're misleading you. And they do this by design. To them, yes, they report, but they don't report to police. They report to their own legal branch or to their elders. Sometimes they don't even report it to their own legal branch. Sometimes the elders within a congregation decide to just keep it hushed. So you have some of that happening too. But the two-witness rule protects pedophiles. And people in the Jehovah's Witness congregation, some of them are privy to this, especially elders. So when a child comes to a pedophile elder and says that they've been molested, that pedophile elder is going to say, oh, goody, a prime victim, a prime prey. I'm not going to do anything to help this kid. I'm going to feed off of its misery and add to it. And that's what we've had with this elder. We call him Beelzebub Henry, but his real name is Zebedee Henry III. Yeah, I'm going to put your name out. Zebedee Henry III. And, you know, a lot of people watching, a lot of people in the live chat, you know, you guys know who he is. You've seen his glamour shot, and you know everything about that congregation there and those Jehovah's Witnesses there and all that good stuff. So, you know, it's all on you. It's all on you what you want to do. You want to do the right thing and go to the police and to the district attorney and to law enforcement and to help some kids. You want to have some courage and stand up and speak up for kids like an elder should. You know, that would be something. But maybe you have a lot more to lose by speaking up. Maybe enabling pedophilia isn't the only thing that you might be guilty of. I don't know. You know, it's just a logical question, a logical thought process of anybody that comes to know some of the information about you and your congregation and Jehovah's Witnesses in general. You know, and if you're just a Jehovah's Witness and you're watching, you might not be an elder, but you know, people will still wonder about you, even if you're a Jehovah's Witness sister. With people knowing about that stuff about Jehovah's Witnesses and the two witness rule, people are going to wonder about you too. They're going to wonder, why are you part of such an organization that outright creates policies
to hide, harbor, and breed child sexual abuse. And people are wondering, are you a pedophile? Are you a child molester? What kind of person covers that up? And then, why would you bully victims that speak out? Why would you do that? Do you have something to hide? It's really making people wonder. You know, people wondered before, but people now are really, really curious. You're wanting to do this hostile bullying of victims. Wonder what you have to hide. So a lot of people are interested now. A lot of people are interested. Let's see what the live chat has to say in the chat room. Okay, Mia T in the live chat says, so the love is a selfish serving love of hurtful actions like bullying. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Something found in the live chat says, you are speaking the truth. Much love, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Something Found. Something Found is one of my sweet, sweet dear friends, as so many people are. But the thing I love about Something Found is just, you know, you have such a funny way about you. You know, you always make me laugh, and you always tickle me in the chat room with some of the things, the rebuttals you have, you know, about things like that. Professor Martyrdom Truth wants to know, where is Zeb 3? Okay, Professor, you want to know his address? You want to know the city and state he's in? Well, Zeb 3 is located in Montgomery, Alabama. And like I said, he's a Jehovah's Witness elder, Zebedee Henry III. And he abides by the two-witness rule. Currently, there are about 4 survivors of child sexual abuse and violence and child abuse that are connected and talking from Zebedee's congregation and some of the neighboring congregations. Plural. There's more than one congregation involved, and Zebedee knows about these cases. He knows intimate details. I believe he sat on some of the judicial committees or some of the elder meetings. In any case, his name is on the database. The pedophile database, the internal database of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yes, Jehovah's Witnesses keep a pedophile database, but they don't turn it over to police. But they do keep meticulous, detailed records of not only the perpetrators and the victims, but also all of the elders that were involved, all of the people that knew, not just elders, but elders' wives, elders' children that might have known, other people in the congregation. Your name is on that database. Well, Zebedee Henry III's name is on the database. So we've got Spotlight, the Boston Globe, we've got Irvin Zalkin, we've got all of these people, we've got the Australian Royal Commission, we've got all of these people from around the globe hunting, going after that list. Aaron Brockovich's law firm, Whites and Luxembourg in New York, the New York Governor Cuomo, yes, the governor is involved of New York. The Child Abuse Reformed Act, yeah, all of that. We're all hunting. There's too many hounds after that list. And Zebedee Henry III, your name is on the list. Your wife's name is probably on the list. Your kid's name's on the list. And you want to hound and bully one single person? You got a lot of shit you got to worry about right now, dude. You want to add more to it? Oh man, I never really thought you would be that lame and stupid. But hey, that's a typical J-Dub for you. Mark Floyd says in the live chat,
organization built on fear and paranoia. No love. There is no love there, just conditional behavior. And that is so true. That is so true, isn't it? There's no love in the Jehovah's Witness religion unless, you're doing it for them, but other than that. And then if you're old and if you're sick, they don't want nothing to do with you anymore. You ever notice that? Mike Hunt says in the live chat, you're fucking stupid. Yo, retard, shut the fuck up, stupid ass. Oh, are you Jehovah's Witness? Oh, look, everybody.
Oh, honey, Sister Smith is always here, honey. Just in the background, honey, boo.
Oh, so Mike Hunt, are you a Jehovah's Witness? Oh, look, everybody, we've got a Jehovah in here. Oh, I'm so excited. Thanks for tuning in, Mike Hunt. Appreciate you tuning in and being part of the the live stream here. How you doing? What's good with you, bro? You're not a Jehovah's Witness? All right, well, thanks for coming in anyway. Appreciate you being here. We've got 10 viewers watching. Appreciate you tuning in, everyone. And we're talking about Jehovah's Witness elders trying to bully victims of child sexual abuse into silence. And we're pretty much asking people what they think and, just marinating on that fact a little bit and seeing what we can do with that. Mike Hunt says he is Methodist. All right. Well, that's cool, I guess, if it works for you.
Hey, Denise Hedberg, honey, boo.
Denise Hedberg says, makes me sick that most of the JWs deny hearing about the child sex abuse inside the organization. They refuse to look anything up because they already know, Denise. It's so strange that online you'll see Jehovah's Witnesses speak about Jehovah's Witnesses in third person, and they'll swear they're not Jehovah's Witnesses. They swear, they'll always start like, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness, but I think this is ridiculous. And all religions have pedophilia. Why don't you leave Jehovah's Witnesses alone? And then they get so emotionally involved, and you're like, wait a minute. You're not a Jehovah's Witness, but you sure act like, why are you so defensive over them? You act like you are. Oh, and then this is the one I really like. I'm not a JW. JWs would never do that. And then you're like, but the only people that say JW are Jehovah's Witnesses. Because people outside the Jehovah's Witnesses, they say Jehovah's Witnesses, or they say, are you a Jehovah's? A Jehovah would never say, are you a Jehovah's? They hate to be called a Jehovah. Mike Hunt, are you a Jehovah's? Mike Hunt in the live chat says, I say because you just sound fucking stupid, just because if that mask. Oh, you don't like my mask? Oh. Well, I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better with yourself, I wish you well with your thoughts. So anyway, something found in the live chat says Mike Hunt was the screen name Haywood Jablomi taken.
Oh, honey, that is too funny. oh, honey.
Mia T in the live chat says they still believe it is apostate lies. Yes. I don't know, Mia T. I don't know. I think they like to say it, but I don't know if they're still believing it as much. It's really hard to believe it. It's a basic Google search Jehovah Witness is going to show you everything. Like, I know that Jehovah's Witnesses must never Google Jehovah's Witness. Like, it's impossible for any Jehovah's Witness to have ever said, now that I have a smartphone, and now that I'm sitting at the Kingdom Hall on this LG pad and this Android phone, I should never ever Google Jehovah's Witnesses, or I should never Google JW.org. Like, that's never going to come into anybody's head ever. I doubt that very seriously. Okay. Mike Hunt says in the live chat, you talk a lot for not showing your face. Oh, Mike Hunt is not in the community, is he? Because if he were, then he would know. He would know better than that. You're an outsider. You don't speak the lingo. You don't walk the walk. Anyway, Mike Hunt, are you Beelzebub? Are you one of his cronies, or are you just somebody who's bored? I don't know. But you kind of bore me now. You got anything witty for me? Otherwise, I'm going to, keep doing what we're doing. Black Sheep, the Unwitness says, then you have people like Brother Keith Lawson. Oh, yeah, don't remind me of that lame butt. Somebody found him out, too. Somebody found him out. They found out his address and his congregation and the men in the other elders in his congregation, and then they messaged him with all that info, and then the guy shut his account down. That's always the strange thing too, Jehovah's Witness elders, like when they're found out and exposed, their egos are so fragile. Their egos are like this big. They get so fragile. They're like little glass egos that are like crushed with a tweet or a Facebook share, Then they just delete their whole profile. But, they probably have good reason for deleting that profile, They probably have a good reason to try to get away from that information. I think if I was guilty of something, I would do the same thing, I would try to run away from it too. But I don't roll like that. I have more integrity than that. So sucks to be you. Mark Floyd says gunpowder, treason, and plots. Mark Floyd says, I couldn't even celebrate Guy Fawkes night when I was little. Way too worldly. Yeah. Everything's worldly to Jehovah's Witnesses, Breathing is worldly. You don't need to breathe. The new system's coming. The end, Armageddon's going to be here any minute now. Why are you wasting your time breathing? You don't need to breathe. Just wait on Jehovah to fix it. I love that cookie cutter answer. Wait on Jehovah to fix it. Hey, Zebedee Henry III. The problem of being exposed. Yeah, and you don't like those things that are being put out there. Well, wait on Jehovah to fix it. Wait on the new system to fix it, right? And besides, if there wasn't two witnesses, then it didn't happen. Mike Hunt says, I don't know shit about Jehovah's. All right, Mike Hunt. Well, you want to know something about Jehovah's? I'm going to tell you something, Mike Hunt. Protect your family and your kids, because they send out pedophiles to people's front door. It's a real big problem, and it's easy to say, well, the Catholic Church and all these other religions, they have pedophiles. No, bro, this is a whole different matter, because they don't send them to your front door. And they don't have a two-witness rule in their church policies that demands victims of sexual abuse to produce two adult eyewitnesses, or else they are to shut up and wait on Jehovah God to fix it in his own time. Yeah, Mike Hunt, that's the real deal here. And we've got a lot more information for you, bro. I appreciate you coming in here, being part of the group and listening. And it's okay. You don't like my mask. It's fine, man. You're still good. I'm still cool with you, I got a couple of other masks coming in the mail, different colors. So maybe you'll like one of them. When they get here, I'll be sure to come on live stream. And, if you want to email me sometime so I can send you a notification, my email is operationultra2015@gmail.com, and I'll show you the new masks and see what you think of that. And we'll have you on the show, and you can tell us what you think of the new masks. Okay? How's that go? Because your voice counts. No matter who you are. If you're Jehovah's Witness listening right now and you have to hide, you can't be in the live chat room, and maybe you're quietly listening from your cell phone or from your laptop, you're deep in the organization, you've got family, you can't come out, but you already know something's wrong. Or maybe you don't like this child abuse stuff. Your voice counts. If you're a victim, if you currently are a Jehovah's Witness, and you have been sexually abused, and you never got a chance to speak out, and you're afraid if you speak out, you're going to lose your family, you're going to lose everything you've known, you're going to be out on the street. I want you to know this one thing: you're not alone. We love you and we're here for you. And we're going to speak out for you. We're going to speak out for you that cannot speak out. For you Jehovah's Witnesses and ex-Jehovah's Witnesses who are victims, who are survivors of childhood sexual abuse within the organization, you see this is going to speak out for you. You can email me anonymously at operationultra2015@gmail.com. You can send me elders files if you want. If you're an elder, you can anonymously send elders documents, leaked body of elder letters. You can send your experience. You can share your story anonymously. If you want to come on anonymously and talk, you can do that too. Whatever it is, we're here for you. We will make a space for your voice to be heard, for your words to be heard, where Jehovah's Witnesses and JW.org won't. We'll make a space for you where your family won't. Your family will shut you down and shun you. We will let you talk. We will let you say and have your say here. So this is a message for all Jehovah's Witnesses who have been sexually abused. If you're still in or out of the organization, but you haven't been able to come forward and you're afraid, we can set up a platform for you to do it anonymously so your experience can be heard, because we need to hear your experience. We need transparency. We need Jehovah to be transparent. We need JW.org transparent. That is the day and age we're living in. Corporations and institutions are getting the lick because transparency is the order of the day. And you can no longer hide and keep things in the dark. You can no longer keep these things in the dark like you used to. Jehovah's Witnesses have been keeping a pedophile database since the 1950s or even earlier. We are estimating that there are between 27,000 and 50,000 alleged perpetrators on the USA Watchtower database alone. On the USA Watchtower database alone. If you multiply 50,000 people times 100, which is the lower estimate of how many victims the average perpetrator molests over a lifetime, if uncaught, is between 100 and 300 kids. The average pedophile child molester over a lifetime assaults and molests and rapes 100 to 300 children. So if we take a conservative 100 times 50,000, that's approximately 5 million children, both Jehovah's Witness and non-Jehovah's Witness. Because pedophiles don't just stick to JW kids. They're coming to your front door. They're looking at your kids too. You're opening the door and you're seeing these two guys dressed in nice suits, clean cut, with Bibles. Oh, hi there, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. We'd like to share a Bible message with you. And your little toddlers and your little kids are watching cartoons in the background, playing with their toys. And you're like, oh, what nice people. Okay, let's read the Bible together. And while you're looking down at the Bible, that pedophile is looking over there at your kids, scheming about how they can come back when you and your husband or your wife aren't at home, and they can get to your kids and talk to them and lure them on out for some sexual abuse. And you have no clue Yeah. So, what do you think about that, everyone? We've got 11 viewers right now. And I think it's about time for a music break of sorts. Can we play Stevie Wonder again? Something Found just really got me in this song. I know I played this song once before. I want to play it again, okay? I'm going to take a break right quick. I'm going to get, hey, by the way, this right here, somebody asked me what I was on, and this is what I'm on. This right here. This is one of the best things ever. Get you some of this. It's guayaki, yerba mate. This is the cranberry, but we've also got classic gold, which is a really good one too. So check that out sometime. It's delicious. All right, so let's see. I'm going to play this song again because Something Found really, I love this song, you know? And then I'm going to take a break, music break, and then we'll be back, and then we're going to talk some more about this because I want to know what you have to say about this. Mike Hunt, I want to know what you have to say. Mop Floyd, I want your input. I want guitar. Hey, guitar, Hannibal! Ghost Rider Grace, I want Ghost Rider Grace's input. And if you're Jehovah's Witness or non-Jehovah's Witness and you're just watching, you're in the invisible audience, I want you to know I love you. I thank you for being here. You've got my full support and all of our full support. We've got so many groups on this. We've got the vast apostate army. We've got Anonymous. We've got different factions of Anonymous. Anonymous Pedo Hunter, Anonymous Pedo Gate, Anonymous Pizzagate. They're helping us expose this two-witness rule and this child sexual abuse about the Jehovah's Witness. We've got Stinson Hunter from the UK and his crew. Okay? We've got Bernie Trump, the Bernie Trump perspective. Okay? If you don't know about him, YouTube him because this guy is awesome. He's got all kinds of stuff he's exposing. Like I said, we've got the Honeyboo Tribe. And if you don't know who Honeyboo Tribe is, hashtag search Honeyboo Tribe on Twitter. Do that in the break if you want to, okay? Because that is a kick butt tribe right there, okay? So we've got activists, cyber activists, armchair activists. We've got law enforcement. We've got government officials like the Australian Royal Commission, Senior Counsel Angus Stewart. We've got Senior Justice McClellan. We've got, we've got Mike Resendez from the Boston Globe, who blew the Catholic Church out of the water. We've got the Spotlight Movie Team, part of the Honeyboo Tribe. Yes, Spotlight Movie Team. We've got all kinds of good stuff. All right, let's listen to this song one more time. I'll be back in a bit. Love ya. Love ya, Honeyboo. Okay, DJ, what happened?
Skeletons in your closet, itching to come outside. Messing with your conscience and the way your face can hide. Oh, things are getting real funky. Don't feel correct. And it's not just ghosts that are spanking, but just thinking lies you tell. Yeah. Did your mama tell you that lie? That it wasn't polite to tell a white one. But did your daddy tell you that lie? That one white one turns into a black one. So, get ready to blow. Get ready to show. Somebody shut up at the mountain. Get ready to know. Get ready to drop. Get ready to shot. Somebody turn up the heat and it's getting ready to pop. You cry when the victim, when the culprits wow you. Oh, what did your mama tell you by night? That it wasn't polite to tell a white one. What did your daddy tell you by night? That one white one turned into a black one. You know the blow. It's getting ready to cry. It's getting ready to shock. Somebody turned up the heat and it's getting ready to pop. It's getting ready to see. It's getting ready to cook. Somebody picked up the top box. It's getting ready to speak. It's getting ready to jam. It's getting ready to jam. Somebody don't let the lid up in it. It's getting ready to smell. It's getting ready to deal. It's getting ready to do. Somebody just up the it's getting ready to wheel. It's getting ready to down. It's getting ready to down. Somebody fight up the brimstone. You're getting ready to burn. Getting ready to shake. You're getting ready to aim. Somebody slips through the moon. It's getting ready to burn. You're getting ready to lie. They're getting ready to spy. Somebody put on the hot seat. They're getting ready to cry.
Yeah, boo. You're gonna get ready to fry, boo. You in the hot seat, boo. You in the hot seat, boo. You in the fry burner, boo. You in the fry daddy right now, boo. Well, boo. Honey, boo. Honey, boo. Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. So, boo, we're still talking about the Jehovah Witness bullies, boo. Them bullies always trying to bully somebody, boo. But, boo, I don't know, boo. You know, the Jehovah Witnesses, when you say the 3 words, Australian Royal Commission, boo, they really like to run away from you. So I don't know what kind of bullying you're going to do, boo, because, excuse me, honey, the minute you call your lawyer for some kind of slander thing, honey child, the lawyer's gonna call the ex-Jehovah Witness, and he's gonna be like, honey boo, why are you harassing my client? And honey boo, why are you stalking my client, honey boo? And then that person's gonna be, well, honey boo, your client covers up child sexual abuse, and I got these internal documents, honey. And then, honey, I think your client might have conveniently forgot to tell you a few secrets. Your client conveniently forgot to mention a couple of secrets that could possibly change this case around, boo, into a situation that you might not want to be in. So honey, what you want to do about that? And then that lawyer's gonna call that Jehovah Witness back and gonna be like, honey, why didn't you tell me all of this? Oh, honey, I don't think I want to take your case after all, boo. Lying and leaving shit out. Excuse my French. But that Jehovah Witness gonna be like, but I need a lawyer because JW.org is not gonna help me. They told me to leave it to Jehovah and wait on the new system to fix. And then they said that it was a privilege to go through this, that this was persecution, it was a privilege, and that in the new system they're gonna make me a Jehovah gig, and you're like my only help. Well, honey, you should have told me the truth in the beginning. I don't appreciate you leaving all that out. And then that Jehovah Witness gonna be like, well, I was just doing what they said was theocratic warfare. Well, honey, theocratic warfare ain't gonna help you in court, boo. You know what we call that in court, boo? You know what we call theocratic warfare in the legal system? Perjury, boo. Perjury. It almost sounds like persecution, but it's perjury, okay? Perjury, persecution.
All right, so We got 13 viewers in the live chat here in the live stream. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you listening. Love ya. We got some live people in the live chat. We have Guitar in the live chat with a Jehovah cake.
Thank you, honey boo. I love you, Guitar Honey. I love Guitar Honey, y'all. And Mia T, honey boo. Mark Floyd, honey. Professor Martyrdom. Something Found, boo. Denise Hedberg. Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed, honey, y'all. Cat B, honey boo. Cat B says, Mike, your ploy to try and create arguments, honey, to take away from the content of the subject is not working, honey child. How many pedophiles do you know, Mike, in your kingdom home? Woo. Oops, honey. Oops. Whoopsie boopsie.
Is Mike Hunt still in the chat? Black Sheep, where you at, bro? Love you too, Guitar. Guitar is awesome as well. Guitar, my friend, how you doing? I want to let the world know about Guitar today. You know what? Don't mess with Guitar, because Guitar, let's see, how it was like a bunch of people from the Hannibal tribe and from Deciphering Worship and from Bad Association and from Vast Apostate Army. And I think all of these groups kind of intercross. You know, there's people from Deciphering Worship in the Bad Association, and there's people from Bad Association in the Vast Apostate Army, and vice versa. So all these, and Anonymous, we've got a lot of members from just straight up Anonymous. They're not Jehovah's Witnesses. They're not ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, but they are straight up anonymous activists, hackers, law enforcement folks, lawyers. They're part of the anonymous faction 4chan, okay? And they are also part of our groups and helping out with that too. So we've got a lot of people. Seriously, where are all these people coming from? You know, every day we go on YouTube and there's a zillion more people that are coming out from the Jehovah's Witness organization talking about their experience. And, you know, unfortunately, it's a lot of them that talk about being sexually abused. Sometimes you just have to stop and get away from it for some time, because it's unbelievable how many people are coming out of the woodworks. You know, you think it's just you. When it happened to you way back, you thought you were the only one, because this doesn't happen in Jehovah's organization. So this must just be an exception, right? And then, you know what Jehovah's Witnesses do? They try to screw with the victims into, they call it gaslighting, where they try to get the victim to question their own memory. And they'll say, well, I believe you, but perhaps you don't remember it correctly. Fuck you, motherfucker. Excuse my French. But you see how evil that is? Yeah. In any case, we have gobs and gobs and gobs of survivors and victims coming out every day. You know, XJW's coming out. And these people didn't just leave yesterday, all of them. Some of them have been out for 20 and 30 years. They left quietly. They thought that they had this behind them. You know, I can't tell you how many people have come to me and said, I've been out for 25 years. I've been out for 45 years, and I was molested. You know, I was molested. My mother or my father was molested, and it was 3 generations by the same person. And, you know, I left the organization many decades ago. I just, you know, put it behind me. I just moved on with my life. I thought it was behind me, and then I saw the Australian Royal Commission, or I saw this YouTube video, or I saw this news report, and I had to come into this group and share my story. I can't tell you how many people are doing that, right? There's a lot of people doing that. Let's look into the live chat and what we're talking about in the live chat. All right, we've got Bob Floyd in the live chat says, we'll open up the truth. Okay, Guitar in the live chat says, love you, Bob. Love you too, my friend. Love you, love everyone. We got 14 people watching, and I love every one of those people watching. I love you for tuning in now and in the future. Thanks for tuning in. Lots of love and support here. Black Sheep the Unwitnessed says, did you get my email, boo? You emailed me, Black Sheep? Are you talking to me or are you talking to someone else? But I don't think I got an email from you. And if you want to email me, then my email is operationultra2015@gmail.com. By the way, if you're listening and you're Jehovah's Witness and you want to help some children, but you don't want to be shunned or you don't want to be exposed, you want to do it in secret, you can go ahead and email us at operationultra2015. Hey, no, Dev, stop it. My jealous cat. Go, Dev. Go, 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 go. Good cat. All right, so operationultra2015@gmail.com. You can email anonymously. Email us your documents, your body of elder documents. If you're a ministerial servant, or if you have an elder dad, and you can get into his secret file cabinets or into his computers, or maybe he has a key to the Kingdom Hall. You can take that key to the Kingdom Hall, and you can help some children. You can help free some children from being sexually abused, and you don't have to take any slack. Nobody would ever be the wiser, and you have full anonymous confidential. I can't even talk. It's confidential, okay? All right, anonymous. No, Dev. Go, 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 go. Okay, so now let's see what we have in the live chat. Professor Martin Truth says, we come from the ghetto. We will shank a motherfucker. Excuse my French. Yes. I'm not from the ghetto, but I've seen people being shanked in the ghetto. I have been to a ghetto, and I've actually seen someone being shanked, and that was not pretty. Guitar, not nice circumstances call for not nice measures. Well, I sometimes it has to be like that. Sometimes it has to be like that. Some people learn quickly. Some people don't break the law. Period. They know. Okay, if I hear of someone, if I hear of a child being molested in my congregation, I'm calling the police. But then there are people that don't do that. So, Ghost Rider Grace says everybody must get stoned. Now, are you talking about the biblical stoning or another kind of stoning, honey? Let's see what we have here. I got a text, an interesting text earlier today, but I think the person might want me to be a little bit discreet about it. It's someone that I went to the Kingdom Hall with, by the way. Okay, it's someone I went to the Kingdom Hall with briefly. That person moved away, but we ran into each other in a forum about a year and a half ago. And that person is connected to Jehovah's Witnesses way back over there in that Kingdom Hall where Zebedee Henry III is. And they know quite a few people, and they have been a really great resource of information. I'm not going to tell you their name, okay, because, then we would mess things up. But I will put the word out there that there is a person. Okay, hold on just a minute. I have, go, Dev. Go, 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 go. My cat is so jealous. He's trying to get my attention every which way he can. And he does not like for me to be on the live stream. He wants me to be with him, and he wants me to play with him and give him all the attention, and he is not very happy. Go, Dev. Go on now. I'm going to close the door if you don't leave. All right. So his name is Dev. It's short for Little Devil. And yes, he is very, very mischievous. But I love this cat. I love this cat. Wouldn't have it any other way. So back to this person. This person connected me to about 4 or 5 other people within that network. All right. And then I got with a group of people that basically took over, took over the information because, we said, okay, this is deep. Wow. This is some stuff. And there are I'm going to put it out here for you, okay? We've been holding back on the information that we have on Zebedee Henry III and some of his other elder buddies and other people in the congregation and people that moved away out of the congregation and some people that moved into that congregation. And it might be time to let some of those secrets out. Been waiting for the right time. Beelzebub thinks that he really did something there, but what ended up happening was that the bullying actually increased the fire. It's like you've thrown gasoline into the fire. And it's not going to work. But nice try. So I don't know, fam. What do you all think? Is it time to let out some of those other secrets? We were waiting to see if Beelzebub would, on his own come out with some of these things, but it seems like he's got too much to lose, and logically you wouldn't expect someone of that guilty of that measure of extreme criminality. Yes, I said criminality. Someone guilty of such an extreme criminality to turn themselves in. I think that's a ridiculous expectation. So the hope of someone having any kind of integrity to go to the police on their own is about squashed now. So the information that we have has been turned over to 4chan, a bunch of anonymous groups. Like I said, Anonymous is an umbrella, and there's a zillion different kinds of subgroups under Anonymous, and there are a lot of pedophile hunters. They hunt. It's like people that hunt deer or rabbits. Well, there are people that hunt pedophiles. And we've turned over the information to them. We've turned over the information to, and all this is public information. So, well, except for the body of elders' letters and the secret documents and some of the other stuff. But it needs to be public for sure. But as far as like the person's name and picture and all that, it's all on public websites. It's nothing stolen or anything. It's nothing that they haven't uploaded on a public site themselves at one point or another, whether it was on LinkedIn or Twitter or Google or whatever. Okay, so we've turned it over to the Vasta Phosphate Army, Bad Association, the Hannibal Tribe, Deciphering Warship. I can't recall some of the other groups, but a lot of people are on it. A lot of people are looking. A lot of people are interested. I don't know what they're doing with all that info, but we're sitting back and just we've done our part, and now let the rocks fall where they may. Black Sheep in the live chat says, I emailed Operation Ultra 2015 Gmail, bud. I've got a personal experience I'd like to share that is on that topic. Do you want me to read it now? Do you want me to read it on the show here, Black Sheep? If you want to, let me know, and we can do that. Mop Floyd in the live chat, he says, a lot better. I'm feeling a lot better. Okay, someone asked Mop Floyd how he's feeling, and he says, a lot better. Thanks, guitar. And then he says, retired from playing, just we teach nowadays. Oh, you're just teaching? Okay. And Guitar in the live chat says, that was something found, Mott Floyd, but I'm glad she asked. Remember when you weren't feeling well about a month ago? I'm glad you're feeling better. Yes, and I concur on that. I'm glad you're feeling better, Mott Floyd. Always glad to see you come in here. I know that you're alive. You're not in the hospital with pulmonary embolism, and that always makes me smile as well, you know. We got to take care of ourselves. We got to help each other. And more importantly than that, I want to thank everyone for tuning in, for watching. It takes a lot of courage to do this, to speak out about child abuse, because it is a very uncomfortable topic. No one wants to talk about it. Who wants to talk about child sexual abuse? It's a disgusting idea. So those of us who talk about it and who spread awareness about it, you know, it costs, because I can never be comfortable talking about this. I've yet to try and get over the discomfort. I cannot. I actually hate talking about this. But you know what I hate more than that? Knowing that I'm part of the enabling process of child sexual abuse within the Jehovah's Witnesses by remaining silent. That's what I hate even more. And I would not be able to look at myself in the mirror knowing that I was helping to cover that up. So I want to thank everyone for talking about this, for having the guts to talk about this and to continue to talk about it. And some of us have lost everything. We've lost all of our Jehovah Witness family. We've lost our jobs. You know, a lot of us were out on the street at some point, homeless, you know. I'm going to open up a little bit about my own personal life, my background. Are you ready for it? I'm going to warn you, it's intense and it can be triggering. All right, here we go. Vulnerability time. I want you to know I'm scared as shit to tell you this, but I know it's got to be heard and it's got to be spread. So Zebedee Henry III, he's an elder that knew full and well about the violent beatings that I received as a kid. And when I say violent beatings, I'd be stripped naked, 8-year-old kid, stripped completely naked. My mother sitting there watching, by the way, instigating, egging it on, using the spoil the rod, spoil the child Bible quotes and verses that Zebedee Henry fed them during their one-man judicial committee meetings. Stripped naked, beaten with the metal part of the belt buckle. At other times, I would get beaten with switches from tree limbs, and he'd have a whole bunch. Like he'd have to wrap both hands around. He had that many. And he would go through every one of them on me. And I remember feeling like, every time it happened, I just knew I was going to die. I just knew he was going to kill me. And at some point, the fear of being killed or dying throughout these beatings turned into wanting to die. And that's when I became suicidal and depressed. And suicide was the most comforting thought I could think of in my situation. I didn't have any parent, any adult to hug or to run to. My mother would tell me that it was my fault, that I wanted to get abused, that I provoked the abuse. And the step bitch, I call him the step bitch, her husband, he basically told me that I wanted to be abused as well. And he told me not to tell anybody, but that didn't work because I told everybody. In the Kingdom Hall, everybody knew. Everybody knew for years and decades and decades and decades and decades. The very first day, the very first time, the guy just touched me wrong. Someone could have taken me out of that. Someone could have helped me. I didn't have to suffer that way. Why did you sit there, Zebedee Henry III? Why did you do what you did to me and all those other kids? You think nobody knows? You think I'm the only one talking? I had a laceration on the inside of my thigh from one of the beatings. I was 10 years old at the time, and I was being beat with a switch, a bundle of switches. And I remember after it was done, I thought it would never end. I was screaming and screaming. He grabbed me by the ankles of my feet, turned me upside down, and just, it's like he got off on it sexually, you know, just let loose. And my mother was just sitting there watching like it was her favorite TV show, cold, feeding off of it in some kind of weird way, man. And you know what? Zebedee Henry knew. You knew. Walter Wallace, you knew. Cornelius Hall, I'm putting your names out. Irvin Reynolds, Sr., you knew. Kenny Harris, you knew. Randy O'Kelly, James Alexander, Wilburn Mitchell, you knew. You listened in on the phone calls to your daughter when I called your daughter and would tell her what was going on at home. You were listening in. Your daughter told you everything. That's why you told her not to hang out with me anymore, because you wanted to distance yourself from a child abuse victim. Oh, let's all look away and let's take our kids away from that. Just let that kid keep getting molested and beaten. We'll just turn our heads and wait on Jehovah to fucking fix it. Well, you know what? Right now, Jehovah's fixing it. Yup, you want the names? I can give you all names. And then I'll just show you public sites where you can dig up their info, you know. Mike Hunt in the live chat wants to know if, Bob, do you currently have a religion? Well, Mike Hunt, that topic is left for other people. I don't get into that topic with anyone. That is, I consider that a very personal, sacred topic, a lot like what kind of underwear a person wears, and I don't go around talking about that. So, but, you know, if other people want to talk about what kind of underwear they wear or what kind of religion they have, you know, that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't do that with people. Okay, Mike, that's just, no, I'm off limits with that topic, with anyone. I just don't talk about it with anyone, okay? But, you know, if you want to talk to others about it, it's fine, you know, I have no problem with that. Let me see. In the live chat, we've got Bex O'Neill. My phone's smashed, so don't know how long I can stay on. Okay, Bex. You can always come back and listen to it. 411 Big Boss. What's up, bro? 411 Big Boss says, love is my religion. That's right. And Cat B in the live chat says, how horrible the abuse in those so-called Christian kingdom halls. Those that knew and did nothing are just as guilty. What goes around comes around. They will get theirs. Yes, Yes. And that same person is trying to threaten people into silence. Yeah, it's some horrible shit, Mark Floyd. Like I said, for years and years, the thought of suicide was the most comforting thing I had. I remember crying so much that my eyelids would twitch uncontrollably during the day. I couldn't control the twitching. I cried so damn much. I remember being so alone. I didn't have nobody to help me. I had nobody in the Jehovah's Witnesses to help me, despite me crying and begging people as a kid over and over and over and over and over. And now you wanna say somebody's lying and slandering. Now you want to do your bullying. You want to keep doing your bullying. Well, that's not going to work anymore. That bullying is not going to work. It might have worked on a kid, but it's not going to work on the adults. And anything you do, Zebedee Henry III, let me tell you something. Anything you do, let me get back on this cam. I'm going to get back on this cam. And I'm going to find my song. Let me get back on this cam right now.
Yeah, honey.
Zebedee Henry and your friends over there in the Jehovah's Witness, North Congregation, Madison, every little thing you do to try and silence victims will be spread in the news media, all over social media, and everyone you know. We're going to let everyone in your city know, and everyone in your family, your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids, your great-grandkids' kids, 15 generations down will know what you did and what you didn't do. And all your friends too. And we're going to let the Boston Globe know. I've got Mike Resendez on my Twitter follow, and he messaged me back one time. That's one time. I'm going to be best friends with that guy before it's over with. And I'm going to be best friends with Irvin Salkin Law Firm, Rick Simmons, Candace Conti, and whoever else I need to be friends with to spread and put your shit out there. I'm going to put your dirty laundry out there. Jehovah's Witnesses, JW.org. Yeah! I'm laughing, but I'm serious. So now take that to Jehovah. Take that to your lawyer. And don't you dare come after me with a lawyer, because you better have a good one. Now, we're going to mop the floor with that dude. Yeah, I'm mad. I'm mad. And you know what? Don't make me get my highlighters. Do not make me get my highlighters. You see this right here? You think this is a joke? This pen right here, this pen will nail your head to the wall. Jehovah's pedophiles. And for all of those people you're keeping silent, all those victims, we're going to get those victims to talk. We're going to give them a safe space and a safe place. And we're going to show them the love that you're not. And before it's over with, we will have absorbed you into our exposing. And you will be exposing yourself before it's all over. Yeah. So anyway, we had a little of that going on. A little bit of adrenaline. Mia T in the live chat says, I love this productive anger. And Black Sheep says, amen. Cat B says, as the JW would say, righteous indignation, of course, not if it's against them. Yup. That's right. And Guitar in the live chat says, pen, the pen is mightier than the sword. Yes. I'm serious. When I say don't make me get my pen out, I mean it. Don't make me get my pen out. Mop Floyd says, now they know we're all together. That's right. That's right. No, we're not alone. We got 15 people watching. I want to thank you for coming on in the live chat, for watching. If you're a Jehovah's Witness, if you're a survivor of abuse, whether you're a Jehovah's Witness or not, and I want to thank you for tuning in. And if you're not able to come out and speak and you're listening and you're someone who was sexually abused as a Jehovah's Witness, even if you weren't abused as a child, because there's a lot of adult men and women that are getting sexually abused within the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yes. Yes. And it's harder for them to come out because they're adults. Because people don't want to believe that adults can be molested. But when an adult is brainwashed in a cult, they can be sexually molested. Adult men and adult women, and women especially, because Jehovah's Witness elders, if there's an allegation of rape against a Jehovah's Witness leader or an elder by a woman, even if she's a Jehovah's Witness, she has to have 2 eyewitnesses. Yes. Let me explain this again. Now, if the man is just a Jehovah's Witness and he isn't an elder or someone in a high position, then that 2-witness rule does not apply. But if the man accused is a Jehovah's Witness elder or higher, the woman has to prove 2 eyewitnesses to the assault, or else it's leave it to Jehovah. So not only are children required to have 2 eyewitnesses, but in some instances, women who are raped by elders or circuit overseers also have to produce 2 eyewitnesses to the assault. Hey, Gary. Hey, Gary Hannibal. Oh, Jehovah Dog, boo. He is in Australia, boo. He got stuck over there, honey. I don't know what they're going to do with Jehovah Dog over there in Australia, honey, boo. But, yeah, honey, boo. Mia T in the live chat says, I was abused by a neighbor who broke in our house when my mom went gallivanting the neighborhood. Jehovah stepped in and made me feel guilty and keep silent. Mia, I am so sorry that happened to you. I know that you've talked to me about this before, and that is, you see what Jehovah's Witnesses, how they handle things. Mia was abused by someone who wasn't even a Jehovah's Witness. So the Jehovah's Witnesses, in her case, didn't have anything to lose by going to the police and helping her, because it wasn't a Jehovah's Witness congregation member. But you see what they did? They blamed her for the abuse, which is what Jehovah's Witnesses do. They have it in their elders' manuals. And they have these questions like, what was the child wearing? Was the child wearing sexy clothes? What the hell kind of question is that? But you see the thinking? In the Jehovah's Witness mind, it's, if this child was being molested, then the child must have seduced the adult. Because adults don't take responsibility for themselves. It's the children that have to take the responsibility. Guitar in the live chat says they may dissuade victims from going to the hospital. Yeah, I do believe that. All right, let me check out my Hangout side chat. Let me see what we've got here. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I'm still getting over a summer cold here. All winter. I don't see anything. Let's check the Gmail. I don't see anything in the Hangouts, Black Sheep, but we're going to go into the Gmail right now, and we're going to check for your email so we can talk about what you've got here. Okay, I see it right here. All right. Okay, all right, Black Sheep. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I hope this works. I'm going to send you the Hangouts link, and then you can jump on the call with me. Does anybody else want to come on the call? Because I'm going to send out these links now. Let me see. Okay, so I'm going to add this name up in here. Let's see. Okay, Black Sheep Unwitness at Gmail. Okay, where am I at? Here we are. Wait, wrong window. Here. Okay, so I'm going to add this name. Okay, click invite. Okay, so I've just invited you, Black Sheep. Let me look in the live chat and see if anybody else wants to come in here. Did anybody else say they wanted to jump in? Let's just have Black Sheep, let him have the floor with this when he gets on. This live stream is crunk. That's right. That's right. Something Found said they are in denial to any form of abuse. Oh, here we go.
There we go. Can you see me?
I can see you, bro. Welcome to the chat. Hey, what
Hey.
up, bro? All right, bro. What you got? What you got?
Okay, real simple. This has to deal with my childhood and what I had to go through. I was born in, and I left and lived with my mom until I was 11, and then came back and lived with my dad. They were divorced, and I studied the Live Forever book. Okay. And his question to me was, what would you rather have? What would you rather have? $1 million or eternal life? Right? And being 11, I don't know any better. Eternal life sounds real good. You know, I'm only 11. What the hell am I going to do with $1 million? So yeah, all right, eternal life. And then I turned into this disobedient 13, 14-year-old and was staying out and so on and so forth. And I came home one night. Ooh, okay, this is tough for me. I came home one night and it was late, and he pulled me by my hair. I had my bike. I had come in with my bike. He had pulled me up by my hair and dragged the bike with me. And I can't remember exactly what he beat me with because, you know, I'm face down. And all I know is it hurt like hell. And it was just because I had come home late. There was another instance that I remember more clearly. I was over at a friend's house, a unbaptized publisher's friend's house. And again, I had come home late. Now, where are you? I've been searching for you, yada, yada, so on and so forth. And he sat at home waiting for me. And I came in, and again, he pulled me at my hair, which is why, again, I have this. And he took me to the ground, into the kitchen. I was in the kitchen. and he kicked me in my stomach. He kicked me in my head. He picked me up and put me in the living room and said, assume the position. The position was hands up on the wall and bent over, assume the position, a cop, right? He took a wooden broom handle, and cracked it on my back and broke it.
God damn, man.
Yeah. Yeah. That when you're crying so hard your eye twitches, I know that feeling.
And I'm
And
sorry.
the fucked up thing is, no, fuck it. The fucked up thing is, I went and I told a baptized brother that I had gained. He had gained my trust because of what my father did to me. I had to be very cautious around the people that I was in the congregation with, right? So I gained this brother gained my trust, and I told him, okay, hey, this is what's going on. And he said, talk to the elders. So I go and I pick an elder and I go, hey, you come here. I want to talk to you. I want to tell you something. His response, you're a minor. We don't want to get involved.
What the fuck? That's why you
Yeah.
have to get involved, because it's a minor. It's a kid that can't help themselves. A powerless
Yeah.
kid. You're the adult.
Yeah. Yeah. So I left as soon as I was 18. I saw my opportunity and I got the fuck out. Now, granted, I won't lie, I went back when I was 19, but purely because that's all I knew. The loneliness, you know what I'm talking about. The absolute, total, utter, you are alone, period. You have no one. So I went back. And then it was a circuit assembly that I had gone to, that I had gotten invited to. And that was pretty much it. It reminded me, hell, this is why I'm the fuck out. And
Yeah.
I left and never went back. I never went back. And then 15 years later, here I am speaking about it. It took me that long to mentally be okay with, I need to speak this out to help people.
Yes. I'm sorry, man, that happened to you. I'm so sorry that happened to you, man.
I don't need no sorry. I understand that. I understand where it's coming from, and it's all right, and I appreciate that. But I'm pissed as hell. I'm pissed as hell.
I'm pissed too, man. There's too many of us hurting. There's too many people hurting.
Yeah.
I'm so angry that happened to you, and you're not the. It's so many of us hurting. So many of people. So many Jehovah's Witnesses still in hurting.
Yeah.
And then it takes, like you said, 15 years. That's a long time, man.
Yeah, man.
That pain.
Yeah. And it was I was battling myself. I knew it was bullshit. I had found all right, here's the thing. I had found Raymondus Martini. Do you know who Raymondus Martini is?
The monk.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I had
The one
found
that made his name Jehovah.
I had found that in the aid book when I was
Yeah.
14, when I was still, and this, that, and the other, and I knew, okay, if they can lie about where the origin of the name that they use comes from, if they can lie about that, what else are they going to lie about? And that made me go, okay, I'm out. I know I can't do anything because I'm a minor. I know I can't run away. I can't move. It was a small enough town to where, I couldn't have done nothing. if I tried. But I was out. And as soon as I was able to, I jumped ship. Oh yeah. And this right here, I will use this to break them. This is the purple turd.
Yep.
Hold up, I got another little jewel for you. Excuse my ceiling. My landlord's a piece of shit. Hold up.
Yeah, man. I'm really glad. You're sharing this with us. You know, it takes a lot of courage to put yourself out there like that. You know,
I
and
also have this. If there's any discrepancy in between these two, I will find it. You got the 1980s version, you got the 19 shit. Hold up. When was this? Copyright 1969, first edition. If there's any discrepancy between these two, I will find it. And I'm going to use it against them.
yeah, man, I'm glad you
People,
shared that with us, man. It takes
yeah.
a lot to put yourself out there like that.
And see, the thing is, the fear that you were talking about, that was ingrained in my head. You do not go to the cops. You do not tell people. You do not do this. Period. Because
Right,
it will out the witnesses.
right. It'll bring reproach on Jehovah's organization, right?
Correct. Correct. Man,
You know,
I could tell on that.
I'm so glad you told this because I didn't know that about you. No, I never
I
know
know.
about some of the people that we talk to, and I always in the back of my mind hope that they didn't have to go through this kind of stuff. And it just, you know, every time I hear that someone actually did, also went through it, it breaks my heart, man. It,
And
you know,
all right. I'll put this out there too. I'm not tooting my own horn or whatever, but you know, do you know what cerebral palsy is?
yes,
Take a real good hard look at my eyes. You see that?
yes,
I've got mild CP.
okay,
I couldn't walk when I was a kid. I had to be retaught. I lost my ability to walk when I was 2. I couldn't speak right. I had a lisp. My
oh,
S's and P's and T's and whatever, and then my right hand is weaker than my left. It's all sort of it's lateral. It's this this eye, my right hand, my right foot, and my spine because of that day. I've got, I swear to shit, I've got arthritis in one of my lower discs.
yeah. I mean, permanent damage. That's what this
Yeah,
stuff does physically
yeah,
and emotionally.
yeah. And believe me, dude, I understand. It's tough. It is tough. And I appreciate you sharing what you did because that tells me that I'm not alone. And that tells everybody in live chat that whatever they went through, they're not alone either.
Exactly. You're not alone if you're listening and you went through something like what Black Sheep went through, or something like what I went through, or something else. You're not alone. That's a lot of
Yeah.
us out here. A lot of us have been abused and hurt and in pain for years, and we're still in pain. It's still painful right now, and you're not alone. We're here for you. You can come out, you can talk.
And I will say this, it's not a self gratification thing to go, oh, I was hurt, I was this, I was that, blah, 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 boo hoo on me. No, fuck that. Because of the way that the organization is set up, they do not help kids like what we were. They cannot, they will not, and they will protect their own ass over a child's.
Yes. That's all they want to do is protect their own self.
Yeah. Sorry for my language, but God damn it.
No, I mean, this is a serious topic, and it's not pretty. We can't be all fluffy and sweet on this all the time, you know.
Yep. Yep.
And it's gotten out of hand. It's way too many people.
Something Found said, "This is why we speak out. It is crucial to expose them." Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It is crucial to expose them, and that's what we're doing. We're coming together and we're talking about it, and we're putting it out there, And elders like, let me ask you this, Black Sheep, about elders
What's up?
like this Zebedee Henry III over there from Montgomery, Alabama, wanting to bully and threaten victims in the silence with various tactics, and deleting his entire Twitter page, and deleting all of his online profiles when he's being outed and exposed. What do you think
All right.
about all of that?
I think he got caught. I think he got caught, and I think that he's trying to get himself, and this is just my personal opinion, but with my experience, when someone gets caught, they will hide evidence of anything having to do with their sin. So that way they don't get disfellowshipped, and they keep their rank and status and what have you, just because they don't want to leave.
Okay.
That's just.
I want to ask you something because we send this kind of info to all kinds of Jehovah's Witnesses, and usually what they do is they block people, and then they move on. They just block you. But this particular Jehovah's Witness elder, as soon as he was tweeted about the Australian Royal Commission, or about Candace Conti, or the Reveal News Conference, or the JW pedophilia database, he deletes his entire Twitter, he deletes his entire LinkedIn page, he deletes his Facebook. When people posted on his business page about it, he got his whole business page taken down that had been up for years and years, with all kinds of reviews. Why do you think he could be a little bit more guilty than just enabling pedophilia with that kind of behavior?
I can't say, because again, and I'm gonna pull this line out of the JWS. I don't know the personal experience. I don't know the personal details. Yada yada yada. But in my personal opinion, yeah, he may have something else to hide as well. I can't say, but when someone's really guilty, they hide for whatever reason that is, whatever reason that might be. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you know, but I know I don't know. So all I can go and say is by conjecture. So because of that, that tells me my logical, self-thought, free-thinking mind goes, what else is he hiding?
Exactly. It's a logical question that anybody would ask, observing that kind of behavior. I think is that, well, number one, if he's covering it up with the two-witness rule, which we know he is, Jehovah's Witnesses have the two-witness rule, it's a given, then what kind of person covers up pedophilia? Is he a pedophile? I mean, that's the next logical question anyone would ask.
Yeah.
And that's a big question, Zebedee Henry. Zebedee Henry, are you listening? Are you a pedophile? We want to know. Do you have that secret?
We can't say yes or no you are. You're the only one that can. But what else do you have to hide? Right?
Well, there might be some secrets there that he forgot to mention that others didn't forget to mention. I don't know. But yeah, you're right on that. Just anybody looking in on the outside without any knowledge, it would be certainly a question that would come to their mind about him. and any other Jehovah's Witness elders out there.
Yep.
Were you ever, did you ever try to reach for any kind of privileges, quote unquote, when you were in, or were you just, able to just get on out as soon as you could?
Again, when I was like 15, because I knew that it was bullshit, I would, okay, I was here's the thing. They say that they don't baptize children, and if you listen to my Bible study 1.0, you'll hear the wife of this, I would assume, elder that I am studying with say that no, we don't baptize children. Now, I went on jw.org, and in the May of this year's JW Broadcasting, I found the weird one, the googly-eyed one. I can't remember his name for the life of me. He said that he had a whole thing about, well, hey, young ones, get baptized as soon as possible. Now, I have not yet to address that with them, but to answer your question, because I knew that it was bullshit, I did not get baptized. I didn't do anything. I got out
Right.
as soon as humanly possible. But I did get asked constantly, hey, when are you getting baptized? Are you thinking about baptism? What are you thinking on that? We got to get so on and so forth. And all the pressure.
Yep.
All the pressure. And my response was all the time. My response was, well, I'm thinking about it. I knew better than to go, hey, look at what I found.
Yeah.
I knew better.
You can't ask any questions. You're not allowed to ask any questions,
And see, that's the thing. This guy here that I'm studying with, he outright said, I like a challenge. Okay, dude. I'll give you a challenge.
So are you going on forums and just kind of trying to educate and wake up Jehovah's Witnesses, or how are you doing things? Do you have
Okay.
some
What I'm doing is, hopefully, now granted, this dude seems like a free thinker. Hopefully what I'm gonna do is wake this guy up and his wife. And then, because personally I think he's an elder, so if he goes and says, well, hey, look at what I found, to his little elder buddies, and it propagates, truth propagates. And that's why I don't want to put anything out there that is false, but it's best when it's coming out of his own mouth. Correct?
right?
So what I'm going to do is, once I wake this dude up, and that's my main goal. People say it's basically impossible, but that don't mean I ain't going to try. And once this dude wakes up, or even if he doesn't, he can't unhear what I'm going to tell him. He cannot unhear it. And even if I have to physically show him the articles that back up my claims, I'll do it. And then have him respond. And then he'll have to think for himself. So that way, oh no, a free thinker. And then again, it propagates. If one person says this and it proves to be true and it spreads, then another person will go outside of the organization and figure out, hey, is this true? I have yet to drop the Australian Royal Commission on this dude. I have yet to drop anything real big on him, but
Okay.
It's gonna happen. He just ain't ready for it yet.
Well, I know you're going to stick it to him, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Big Boss Hannibal.
What's up,
Woo!
man? Welcome
Oh
to the
man.
show. Okay, we got Big Boss on the show. We've got Black Sheep on the show. Black Sheep has just come out and shared something very important with us about his past experience and also how he's doing things to help people wake up and to help others be aware and maybe help some children in the process. We've got Big Boss
Yep.
on the line over here, and he's ready to share some good stuff. We got 13 viewers. We've got a live chat full of good people. We've got Mia T, Denise Hedberg, Mott Floyd, Bex O'Neill, Something Found. We've got Gary Kunkel, and we've got let me see. Am I missing someone? Guitar,
Say Gary
Fiducia.
Kunkel. Oh, that was great. Oh,
Honey, I can't talk right, bro.
We've got Howdy S in the live chat saying hi. I'm gay. Okay, well thanks for sharing. Welcome to the chat. Good for you.
Oh,
We've
wow.
got Greg Four who says, "Thank you guys. I was also born in 50 years of abuse and lies and cover-ups." All right, Greg. Thanks for joining. Sorry you went through that as well. Thanks for coming in. And what's up, Big Boss? What you got for us, man?
oh man, nothing right. Hold on, you gotta give me a pinch.
Okay.
It's set up. I'm sorry.
All right,
Normally,
then.
normally I'll send you something. It'll take 20 years, and then it don't even happen.
I
So
know.
I didn't expect it to happen that fast. I was like, oh shoot, it actually went through.
Yeah, let me tell you guys, we've been every time I have a live stream, I want to get Big Boss on the live stream, and when that happens, it's literally like trying to part the Red Sea. It's like trying to part the Red Sea. Wait a minute, did I mute myself just now?
No, you're good. I can hear you.
You're good. I walked away from the phone, and Black Sheep just didn't laugh. He didn't think that was funny.
No, man, I don't have no sense of humor. You got to come on now. We aren't allowed to have a sense of humor.
Oh man, buddy, when you was telling me that happening and telling everybody what happened and shit, I'll tell you right
Yep.
now, I got so mad just thinking about that, and really my anger,
Yep.
like yeah, a good portion of me being upset and mad is toward your father, but an even bigger portion of my anger goes to the adult who you told that did nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. The elder
that
that
really pisses
the
me
elder
off.
that went,
that
no,
makes
we
me
can't
even
do
more
anything
mad.
because you're a minor.
The human being. I tell you what, if you go, if a kid goes to school now, all destroyed, walking through the classroom, the last thing they're gonna call, the last thing they're gonna do is nothing. They're gonna call CPS. They're gonna call everybody. You know what I'm
Nope.
saying? Somebody's gonna get a phone call from the FBI. Hey, we have your kid in the office, and we need to. You know what I'm saying? The whole state comes down on them. And you tell me this dude decided, you know what?
Yep.
I'm not gonna get involved. Da, 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 da.
Yep.
I mean,
But
yeah,
that's
he
how
didn't ask you.
do. That's how they treat.
You know what? When
Oh, go ahead, boss. Go ahead. You still there?
I think he muted himself.
Oh, you still there, boss? Well,
Boss.
but that's how Jehovah's
God
Witnesses
damn it.
do.
Yeah.
When kids, when I had so many adult Jehovah's Witnesses tell me they didn't want to get involved because it wasn't none of their business or I was a minor.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was my thing. And the thing is, my father was a baptized witness.
A baptized witness. He should have known
Yes.
better.
Yeah. Yeah. So I see, now I did him a solid, and I still talk to him every once in a while. And I Skyped him once, and I asked him, well, okay, is Jesus your mediator?
Okay.
Okay. And he's like, he sat and thought about it, and he's like, well, yes. Yeah, yes, he is. Well, then you're a part of the 144,000 then. Well, no. And because of the way that he is, he knows that he's part of the other sheep. So me saying that, I guess woke him up instantaneously.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I like I said, I don't know, and that doesn't excuse the fact that he's a complete dickhead. But I did him a solid, and I woke him up.
Well, you do your research, man. You're really good with certain things that I'm not good at, and I've noticed how you handle things online, and you're not to be messed with. We got Denise on the call. Hey, Denise Hannibal! Welcome back, boss boo.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome, Denise. How you doing today?
I'm okay.
All right.
Shit.
Then.
All right,
You
hey, Bob. I'm gonna get out. I gotta get Lady B from work. All right.
All right, then, Black Sheep. Thanks
All
for
right.
sharing and thanks for coming on, bro. And we love you.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We should like get together, and I'll let you know about how I was. All right.
All right. Talk
All
to
right.
me after you come home later, okay? Call me a message.
What's up?
I said, feel free to call me or message me after you come back home.
All right. Sure. We'll do.
All right, thanks, bro. We love
All right.
you.
Peace out. Yeah, I love you too, bro. Bye.
All right, we've got 13 viewers on the call. We've got Denise Hedberg, and we've got Big Boss up here in the hangout, getting ready to take it to the next level. Denise Hedberg, what do you think about JW elders trying to bully victims of child sexual abuse who are coming out and speaking out now, spreading awareness? What do you think about that?
elders are doing that?
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear us? Still getting situated? Okay, we got a little feedback.
Definitely feedback.
Get ready to take it to the next level.
Can you guys hear
playing
me?
YouTube.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
Test.
well, I hope you can hear me. My little thing says I'm muted, but okay.
No, we can hear you just fine.
Yay!
Welcome. So what do you think about JW elders who are attempting to bully and threaten victims, JW victims of child sexual abuse, into silence, who want them to remain silent and stop talking about it and spreading it on the social media and things like that?
You know, I like most of you know, I got out of there 35 years ago, and they were telling people not to talk about things then, but I have noticed that it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And the elders that are bullying people, the ones that come on social media and do that to people, they're going to be held accountable. They really are. One way, shape, form, or the other. They sure are. And I think people need to look at all the people that are standing up now and speaking out. It's not going to be much longer, and you're going to see elders going down.
Yeah. You know that the movie producers of Spotlight and the reporters of the Boston Globe that took down the Catholic Church are on this Jehovah's Witness child abuse
Oh,
Bingo.
They
good.
are. They are.
Good.
Oh yeah, they were at the Reveal conference in London
Oh
on the
wow.
26th of April,
Nice.
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 and
Yeah.
they know about the database. They know about the internal Watchtower pedophile database that Zebedee Henry III is on, and as an enabler, if not more.
Buddy, you were really exposing that man. You were really
Yeah, Anita.
that
Yeah.
man. I've never known more about Zebedee Henry, whoever, more. Yeah, you know, this man I
Yeah,
had
right.
no idea existed, and now he's all I think about. I'm like, right before I go to sleep at night, I'm like, I wonder what good old Zebedee Henry III is doing right now. You know, he's trying to run that auto shop down there, and I'm just, I wonder how his day went.
Well,
You got
honey,
you got me thinking about people I have no clue who they are, and I wonder how their day went. Oh, I'm trying to find my pills, of course. Oh, I'm getting a flare up. I just hate that random random problems and stuff that we all have.
Boss, what do you think about JW elders like that? Him taking his Twitter
Ooh.
down and trying to strong arm people into remaining silent and taking that stuff down.
I'll tell you what, man. That man did what he did, and they never want the payback. They never want. They never want that boomerang to come back to them. And when it comes back, they probably feel like they're not in the same state of mind as they were when they planted those seeds. But it's inevitable. And for some people, they should be happy that all it is raising awareness. Should be happy that that's the avenue that it chose to come back as, and not any further. Because there are some victims that unfortunately are not satisfied with just raising awareness. And in no way am I saying that anybody on this panel, including myself, or anybody in the live chat participating is of this particular nature. I'm just saying that sometimes you never know the speed, and you never know how much that boomerang has happened to that boomerang when it comes right back from where
You
you
know,
set it off.
people are told so much when you're in the organization. There's so much fear instilled in you, and that when you leave or get disfellowshipped or whatever, they have that deal about you're supposed to go away quietly, and you're not supposed to say anything. And a lot of people are afraid to speak up. Now these days, if it wasn't past the statute of limitations in the state I was in to be able to go back and do something about it, I would do something about it. But these people that are coming out now, that have gone through those things, they really need to do something about it. If they can, they should, because you wind up regretting it later if you can't. You know, do
Well,
it.
a lot of these reports are coming 10 years after the fact and things like that. It takes a while to rebuild a person. And look when it was happening to them. It was happening at a stage of development. So you're talking about somebody that interrupted
Mhm.
a foundation of a human being. And you know, for those people that have come out and they're have the wherewithal to recognize what was wrong, they recognize who they are, and they recognize that something needs to be done, they go out and they do the things like this young woman that we talked about on the Bad Channel on Friday. They do the things like Candace Condi did. They speak
Mhm.
up. They speak up when it's around. They become that roundabout, almost a regular person. And I say
Yeah.
almost because you can never really be, you know what I mean?
Your life is changed and you have pain. You have to take a certain amount of pain to the grave, no matter how recovered, no matter how healthy you become afterwards. You will
Oh
still
yeah,
have to, you will never not deal with what was happened, that someone abused you in the worst way. That will never leave you.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
that's why we're speaking out about it. And that's why we're holding people accountable.
I think
Mhm.
there's nothing wrong with holding somebody accountable for the wrongs that they did, and if anything, that whoever they are, they need to take the time to get right whatever's wrong with them, because when it comes back around, it comes back around, and they have no control of how it re-enters. And
Exactly.
there shouldn't be a shock. There should be an acknowledgement. There should be a nodding of the head. There should be a nodding of the head. There should be yeah, yeah, this knew this was coming kind of thing. Not a, oh, so shocked. I have no clue. Why is this is clear blue sky for no reason. No, that should not be your reaction at all. Because you're lying to yourself. You're putting on a show for the people around you now, and you're lying to yourself. And if you believe in anything, if any kind of stuff that you're saying you're believing week in and week out, then who are you really trying to fool here? You know? Who are you trying to
Exactly.
fool? You know what you did. You know what you didn't do when the time called upon you to do it. And there you
Um,
sit acting like you're fine, or acting like you're the victim. That's like you were stopped at a red light, somebody came and T-boned you, and then was looking at you like, what were you doing stopped at the red light? Doesn't make any sense. What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. What are you doing T-boning me? See what I'm saying?
right.
So this fake sort of shock, you know, that's bull. That's so bull, and it just pisses me off when people act like they have no clue why. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I'm sure you probably either witnessed people doing this or have experienced it, where you you know you know exactly, you saw what was wrong, you saw what they did, and then you're like, all right, come here. Why do I have to come here? Come here. You know what you did. No, no, I don't know what I did. You know what you did. Come on. Quit playing. No, I'm sorry. You see what I'm saying? It's like it doesn't make you can't. How are you not expecting something to happen to you? How are you not expecting the rebound? You throw the ball against the wall and you just think it's going to stay there?
Right.
It's
No, it's
it's it's a
reaction.
combination. It's a combination of entitlement and then trying to gaslight anybody who wants to call you out on your entitlement.
Good example. Yes.
Excellent.
Good
By the
example.
way,
I hate
welcome. Welcome, Guitar.
and they consider it an entitlement too. Guitar's right. Oh, how could someone do this? How could they feel they can do? They have every damn right.
Wait a minute
They're
now.
the victim.
The Jehovah's Witness, yeah, they do have this entitlement, especially the elders and the leaders, the men. It's like, how dare you call me out on my stuff? You're just this wicked, worldly person.
Yeah.
You're just an apostate. How dare you call the police on me? I mean, I was at the Social Security office some months back. I had to get my card replaced, and I was sitting there waiting for my turn, and I noticed this Jehovah's Witness lady come in. She got past. She come into my row, sat like 5 seats down, and she started putting these watchtowers on the chairs. And you could tell she's trying to do this witnessing thing and get her thing started. So I took my phone and pretended I was talking to someone on the phone, talking about the Australian Royal Commission, and I had my voice kind of loud where like the whole area could hear me. And this lady, this Jehovah's Witness lady, gets up, grabs her stuff. She is angry at me. She's telling me to shush. And I look at her like, excuse you? And then she goes to the police security guard at the front and indignantly says, this man is talking about Jehovah's Witnesses, as if she's waiting for him to arrest me. And he's like looking at her like, okay, well, just go sit down somewhere then, somewhere else. But he's talking about Jehovah's Witnesses. And he's like, look, ma'am, either you sit down or you leave.
Well, yeah,
Don't mind talking about themselves. Goodness.
He's talking about Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, and
Throughout history, you have to wonder about the groups of people, whether they're religions or whatever it is, when it becomes a crime to criticize them, that becomes a red flag that there's something to hide.
yeah.
When people act like it's a crime to criticize them, like that lady was doing, you know.
Right. I mean, people want to call the police on you for posting news reports to them, for sending them information that could possibly keep them out of jail. They want to go and call you a stalker and harasser.
You know what it kind of is? It's kind of like you're that commercial. You're that Sarah McLachlan commercial with all the sad dogs in the arms, and you're just sitting there like, look at these poor animals, and they run up to the security. He's talking about abused animals.
How dare he?
And what did you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you feel that you're so privileged. You're so privileged, and you get to ignore the atrocities all around you, right?
Are you
get to pick
for
and
animal
choose what
abuse?
enters your
Yeah,
world.
right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's just he's telling everybody about how they're treating these poor animals. I'm like, what?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you feel.
Is that me? Sorry, guys. It's me. No, not me, I guess. That's a good analogy, boss. I mean, that's exactly what's going on there.
By the way, we've got Mia on the call. We've got a new caller up in here. Mia, welcome, Mia. Hey, Annabelle!
Hey, Mia.
I'm trying. I don't know. Can you get me it?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can we do it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was just trying to, make sure I was had the other stream muted and whatnot, but this is a little unexpected.
Welcome, Mia. What do you think about JW elders trying to bully victims of child abuse and to silence?
Well, it's disgusting, of course. What else?
Right?
Oh, we just need to reiterate it.
Well, I think that now, of course, I've been listening to you folks, and of course, this is not new news. It's old news. It's stuff we've all known about since we were children, and we were the victims of various kinds of abuse from our parents. And I just got to say that I find that the sexual abuse is, of course, very disgusting and everything, but are we okay? I'm hearing a little bit of feedback.
That's you.
It's me. What do I need to do?
Stop dancing.
Oh, God, that will never happen.
Now I'm visualizing Mia dancing the whole time she's talking.
She's talking to us very calmly, and she's doing like a Russian kick forward.
No, it's more like Goldie Hawn laughing, doing the go-go.
She's popping and locking.
That's what it is.
Yeah. No,
We can all
it's just
comment
that,
like that.
right.
Spinning around.
Well, I got my microphone plugged in. I hope that's not the problem.
Is the microphone touching anything?
Well, yeah, it's on a table.
There it is.
It seems like it got a little bit better.
Okay. I just find that the whole visual of child abuse among Jehovah's Witnesses goes way even beyond just the sexual abuse, as we were hearing earlier about broomsticks and paddles and hairbrushes, beating little children. The physical abuse, the emotional abuse, bombardment with subjects that they're too little to understand.
Right?
Well, they're the only people you can legally beat up, right? Don't they view it like that? You can help with the audio, Bobby. If you go into the control panel,
Okay.
you look in there and check everybody's icon. Whoever is lighting up with the green is making the audio, and you just drag that puppy to the left, and you'll be able to adjust that.
Okay. So what am I looking for?
Click control panel,
I
and you'll
got
get
it.
a list of options. All right. When you look over at everybody's icon, just take a look. I'm talking now, so you should see a green lights going up when I'm talking above my icon or near my icon. And you just look at everybody's icon, and every noise gets indicated to you as to what's coming from where, and you'll be able to isolate the sound. What you do is you just drag it to the left, and it'll lower their overall noise so that it doesn't affect the rest of the conversation.
It's an incredible amount of power.
All right.
Yeah.
I got it.
All right, did that do it?
Yeah, I think so. How's that
You did
sound?
good.
Okay, so did my last point get across?
Can you reiterate it again? Let's hear it again.
All right, well, when you think about it, of course, the sex abuse toward children is just disgusting on so many levels. But the beatings and the emotional abuse, the adult subjects that children are exposed to at the meetings, that gets talked about very rarely. But these are all things that are all add into the type of abuse that would never be tolerated by, say, social services in the public communities.
Right.
But we have to kind of pick our battles, though, I think, because we have to. I mean, that's very true what you're saying. We can all relate to it, but we have to pick the battles that are going to get us the most airplay, basically, and that's why we're, we there's so many gripes that we have, valid gripes, but we have
what
to.
He's saying, yeah. Yeah.
You have to zero in on those hot button issues that are going to actually affect change. Because, I mean, otherwise, how far do you go with that? And I'm not minimizing your point, Mia, but how far do you go with that? Because, let's just say sex education is in school. Okay, well, there's certain people that don't think that should be in school or whatever. I mean, certain things about certain groups of people throughout history may be brought up. And, somebody gets the hair on the back of their neck stands up because they don't like to hear any criticism of that or whatever. Well, we have to go with the one that thankfully for right now, everybody's on the same page or 99% of people are on the same page that pedophilia is wrong. So that's why we have to go ahead and really drive that point home,
Guitar hit the nail on the head.
I completely agree.
Guitar hit the nail on the head. It's like you're talking about, we're all talking about Thanksgiving, and you're really fixated on the stuffing. And don't get me wrong, stuffing is certainly important and in many households required to be there at the table. But we can all agree, turkey should be present.
The star of the show.
We should not overlook the turkey. We all agree the turkey should be present for the dinner. But we can't have people saying, "Look, man, I don't know about this stuffing." Just relax. But let's focus on turkey.
All right. Can I just go back? I mean, I'm just in on the getting to speak out here. And I just want to go back to how emotional Bob was when he heard the story about the broom cracking over Fader's back, and how child abuse is a big deal, because the last thing that Jehovah's Witnesses want is family child services coming in on their territory.
Exactly.
Yeah. Or child protection services.
Well, you know what? We make it a household name. We make it well known about the atrocities hidden in the Watchtower, and it will not be far fetched at all. It'll be one of those. It'll be like this. It'll be like how the CPS and state local governments view the FDLS. See what I'm saying? They look at them and they go, "Oh, we got to keep an eye out for any child brides, or we got to keep an eye out for polygamy. We got to keep an eye out for any kind of abuse. We got, you know, what I mean, it ain't far fetched for CPS or a government agency to storm a portion of the FDLS and have a blanket sort of raid thing. Find, you know what I mean, figure out who's doing what to who, and then they scoop up all the kids, and it's a big scene. And I'm tell you right now, that's never a pleasant scene to see when you got government coming in on citizens and scooping up the children. You know, that at face value, it looks terrifying. You know, especially when you don't have all the pieces.
Well, can I say something here? Here, I would just like to say something. Go ahead, Denise.
It's not my show, so.
Yeah, I think if CPS came in, they'd do the same thing. They'd all lie about it, and the kids are too scared to disobey their parents or anybody to say anything different than what the parents say. I mean, how in the world would they be able to find out that stuff anyway?
You guys are going to understand how completely crazy I am when I say this. But if you take this to the level and compare it to drug use, okay, you've got your drug dealers, and then you got the ones above them, and then you've got there's levels to drug dealership people. And if you take and use how the DEA would deal with those people and apply it to the abuse on children in Jehovah's Witnesses, and it follows a line down, and you have to determine where you're going to call into accountability. At what level does it really start? And like what's happening in Jehovah's Witnesses is from the top down. They're blaming everybody below them, all the way down to the children.
All right.
So when you use that as an example of where to start, where do you cut it off, and make it so that the children are actually being protected? You got to start, number one, with whoever's given the parents permission to do this shit.
Exactly.
Well, it's never expressly, put in any kind of writing that this says, now be sure to beat your child within an inch of his life. Be sure to do that per Watchtower. You're not going to find that.
It used to be, boss.
But you see, all the kingdom.
I'm gonna need you to send me the PDF. Send me that PDF that it says we Watchtower say beat your child within an inch of their life.
Sorry,
I'm gonna need that PDF.
It was before PDF.
I don't know how many people can relate to this, but I have seen so many kids being beat the fuck down at the Kingdom Hall.
Me too.
Every Sunday.
Right.
Yeah.
So you know what, Jehovah's Witnesses? Hold on just a minute. I want to say something. I want to thank all of the viewers that are watching right now. We've got 11 viewers. We've got some people in the live channel here. We've got Mop Floyd, Professor Martyrdom, Bex O'Neill. We've got Bob's daughter. Hey, baby. That's my daughter right there, by the way.
Hooray.
We've got Big Boss. And this is a message to all the Jehovah's Witnesses watching right now. If you think that you can bully people into silence, you're wrong. And those victims that you're trying to silence, Jehovah's Witnesses, Deputy Henry III, don't fuck with those victims. Don't fuck with them, because they've got backup, a lot of backup. And you think this is bad, you're going to be on the mainstream media if you keep it up. Okay, everyone. So we were talking about KW elders trying to bully people, and then we were talking about child protective services and how Jehovah's Witnesses don't really want that in the mix. So Denise, what were you saying about that? Or was it Martha, Mia T?
Well, I rudely interrupted Denise. I'm not sure if she was talking about the same thing, but there again, they really want to keep them out of it because that brings reproach on Jehovah. And so when it comes to any abuse upon the child, whether it's sexual, physical, neglect, they're not going to allow that. They're going to try to handle it internally and keep it out of the government hands. And that's what I've observed in my own extended family.
Yeah. You know, they don't want the government. That's the worst thing you could do is send child protective services to.
Maybe that's what happened in Russia.
Right. You're talking about the ban?
Yeah, maybe too much got leaked out to the government and they were having to step in on family matters that involved children. And they said, well, enough of this. It must be about religion.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think Russia also sees Jehovah's Witnesses as a political threat. But definitely, Putin knows about the pedophilia because we've been tweeting to him. We've been tweeting everything to him. He's got a copy of the resource kit, so he's got to know now. And yeah, I don't think it's going to help the Jehovah's Witnesses in their ban much.
Well, you know, one of the things I wrote in my letter to the government of Russia and even to Putin was that I explained to them a little bit about theocratic warfare. And when Jehovah's Witnesses are confronted, they will lie if they have to protect that organization. You know, I don't know if they knew that, but just in case they didn't, I wanted them to know.
Yeah, theocratic. It's called theocratic warfare. If you're lying for Jehovah, it's not really lying. It's theocratic warfare.
Yeah, it's okay to lie if you're protecting the organization, and that's the same way with all the way down into the rank and file. It's okay to lie if you're protecting yourself or whatever. You know, they just put a different name on it. You know, so it makes it okay. But there's so much lying going on in there that it's pitiful. You know, how can you go around and profess that you are the most truthful, honest people and that you're teaching people the truth when you're willing to lie and just call it by a different name? You know, I find that sick.
Well, I mean, at that point, everything that you say that you're standing on a moral high ground, everything gets called into question if that's if you're now rewriting the rules of the game.
I think that if you're gonna be a little deceptive toward telling somebody the truth, I don't view that as a negative in my eyes. I don't view it as negative because I feel like they're part of something that's very damaging to the world around them. I don't view them as an organization that should still be going around, and you know what I mean.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the way the witnesses do it. I thought you meant, but maybe I misspoke.
I don't know. I'm a kind
I
of
misunderstood.
something right now.
I misunderstood then.
No, I might.
You know,
I was
if you
just,
walk up,
I wasn't. Yeah.
You know, the rules of engagement. We know the rules of engagement with the Jehovah's Witness. You walk up and you go, hey, listen, I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and now I'm not. I rejected all of your teachings, and I wanted to try to talk to you about. Let me tell you what, they're not listening at that point.
Conversation over, yeah.
Boss, can I ask you a question? Boss, can I ask you a question?
All right.
What do you mean by a little deceptive? Is that kind of like a little pregnant?
Yeah, it's a little pregnant.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, when you're talking about something biological, there's certainly, and those are absolutes. When we're talking about ideas can be tweaked. Absolutely, you know what I mean? It's there's no black and white when it comes to ideas and morality. That's not black and white.
Oh
Mia,
my
what do you
goodness.
propose? What do you propose? What do you propose, Mia, that somebody does? Like given the scenario that boss is just mentioning there. I mean, if somebody's going to go up to a cart or somebody's going to go to a Kingdom Hall or whatever, do you think that we're going to get very far if we don't have some measure of approach? You know, I mean, because I mean, do you agree with what boss just said there? Because I mean, I think that was a good point he made, that you can't go in there, you know, guns blazing and say this is the truth of where I stand, because no dialogue is going to exist at that point forward. You know,
that was my fault, because I was thinking old timer like that they are deceptive because they don't tell you the whole thing up until baptism.
Right.
As far as activism, I think we've all seen
That is so true.
Eventually you're going to get found out. Zeb is finding this out very quickly, that you can only crash so many Kingdom Halls. They're going to remember you and spread the word. And that even in conversation with the people, if you appear that you know too much of the lingo, they're going to pick up on it. So angle, exactly, 411. Yes, Big Boss, you're right. Deceptive. You've got to learn to act.
Well, I'll say this, you know, with saying there's only so many Kingdom Halls, and with saying he's going to be found out, and with saying that eventually, you know, the conversation comes to a point where they figure you out. Everything that was said prior to figuring out cannot be unsaid, cannot be unheard.
Amen.
And it's not, you know what I mean? It's not about that you win the Jehovah Witness that day. No, because these bombs do not explode upon impact. They're delayed. There's a timer.
Oh God, that is so true. It's a grenade.
I mean, just think of the lack of results that would have been had Zeb been told early on in his endeavor that, you know what, they're gonna find you out eventually, and they're going to start meeting you out in front of the halls, and they're going to stonewall you, and they're going to call the cops and all that. Do you think he would have, even as bold and as heartfelt as he is, do you think that he would have mission? Probably not. So that's why we have to all be careful about the things that we say to each other, because I mean, it very well could be true. It may be the eventual result, but it just takes the wind out of our sails if we hear that type of stuff, because then we don't bother trying, you know?
Right. So how about it's like a time release capsule?
Oh yeah.
A time release capsule. Oh, but look, when it comes to that part of the war, everything, look, and you gotta understand, this is an organ. It's tactics. There's different facets to the battle. You got your people that are out there online that are laying out everything that needs to get laid out, that needs to be said. That's for the people that are looking, right? That's for the people that are looking. Now, the people that aren't looking, they need to be informed that they should start looking. And now that's another style. And then those people get out there and they say what they say. There should be something as simple as what Bob here did. Bob went up to them and he was like, Jehovah's Royal Commission. You know what I mean? And they're probably like, Royal Commission. He must have said Royal Commission about 10 times during that whole thing. You know, Australian Royal Commission. Australia Royal. Let me tell you, they walked away with the words Australia Royal Commission more than anything. And if they lamented that to anybody, you know, he just kept going on about some Australia Royal Commission. There's probably reached 30, 40 people over there, Australia Royal Commission. And then what they got to do? Just search it, right? Just search it. You see what I'm saying? They're delayed. They're not upon it. They don't explode on impact. They go in there and they lay there and they just lay there. And then down the road, when the Watchtower does its thing in those people's lives, kaboom.
Hey, you guys, I gotta get off of here.
All right,
I'll still be in the chat, but my phone is dying here.
Okay.
Bye, Danny. Nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, I'll be in the chat.
Thanks, Denise.
Yeah, bye.
See you later.
So come at me, Mia. Give me another thing that is not gonna work.
Yup.
No, that was my fault. I was thinking something different completely. So I'm on your page, but I could kind of see how this Kingdom Hall crashing might eventually get, the word got out, evidently.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They know it's somebody in a certain area, but I think it's an effective way to do things. It's a different way, and I think the way Zeb Freestone is doing it. This is a good Zeb, by the way. Not all Zebs suck. This is a cool Zeb, and this is the Zeb that stands up.
Kevin.
Kevin Anderson. But I think it's a great way to wake certain ones up. But I don't think he's just doing it for the Jehovah's Witnesses there at the Kingdom Hall as much as he's doing it for the rest of the public and the rest of the world watching. And that's really what the videos are about on the Bob Smith channel. A lot of people have a problem with the videos, especially the one going door to door with Jehovah's Witnesses, because they say it only enforces their persecution complex. Well,
Yep.
I don't really care about your Jehovah's Witness persecution complex. I care about the rest of the public and the globe, and that's why those videos are made. You just so happen to be a pawn in a bigger chess game. It's not really about you. Same thing goes for Zebedee Henry III. It's not really about you. You're just a tool to be used to get the list from the mothership. We want your mothership more than anything, but if you're guilty of some crimes, we certainly want to see you being held accountable for those. But more importantly, we want that list from the mothership. So you're the pathway for that. But it's really not about you. We couldn't care less about you.
I think that now this is going way off track. But
right?
Do you think that perhaps since there's going to be a turnover with the FBI, that we might have a better chance of getting that list?
Oh, you're talking about the possible new director?
Correct.
What's up with that? Why do you say that, Mia?
Well, just because that one was kind of like, I believe he was taking bribes and extorting people for stuff. I didn't trust the guy anyway, but that's my opinion. But these big corporations that are masquerading as religions, it seems like if there is true cleansing, as you will, of the political whatever's going on here in the United States, which that should be the focus because that's where the headquarters is, to be able to get in there and demand those records and siphon them out.
Oh, we all want the whole thing to come crashing down and get exposed. Absolutely.
Yeah.
To get the FBI's attention, you know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily have to be the head of the head of the whole thing. It can be just an agent that's putting together a case. This is their job. This is their everyday job. They put together cases and then they send it off to a prosecutor. Put together a case, send it off to a prosecutor. It's investigations. So, it just getting the right agent, getting the right information to any agent, really, getting the right information to any agent. And if it's on that kind of federal level, you need multiple states involved. That's a federal thing now. And if you can connect dots that brother so and so was shifted to one other state, 2 other states, and it's a pattern. And they sent him here, he messed up here, they sent him here. Now it's a federal thing because you're crossing state lines. And other than that, you have to get state prosecutors and. For the individual state, that the guy's moving from county to county. Now you get a state investigator involved. You got to put the pieces together. It takes victims coming forward. Absolutely, it takes victims coming forward. It takes people that know about victims coming forward and talking to them and exposing this for what it is, exposing it because they're it's a what's that? A 3-card Monte going on with these brothers that they jump around and they move here and there and
Hmm.
they start the process again. They'll fade out of one congregation, start studying with another congregation, get in there, you know what I mean, and just hang out. Hey, he's brother so and so. I've seen him at gatherings. Hey, da 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 da, and it's terrible. It's terrible.
By the way, Denise just posted the president's hotline to leave comments. Does anybody want us to
No, why
note
not?
that? It's 202-456-1111.
Nice.
And so if we
202
have information, we should call the hotline.
So it's 202-456-1111.
I wouldn't even say if you have information. How about if you just want them to take a peek over there? You know, hey, take a look at Jehovah's, please. Please take a look at Jehovah's. And then that you don't need no information. Look, we heard a lot of drama going on. If y'all can go in there and take a look and just reassure the citizens that everything's fine.
Exactly.
Perfect.
You know, get that attention. Get a lot of attention because predators and abusers hate attention. Jehovah's Witnesses hate this kind of attention that they're getting.
Now, what president are we talking about here?
No, it's going to be Trump.
Oh, you talking about the White House?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
We're talking big time.
Oh, all right.
Hey,
You
he's
never
on
written to the White House
Twitter.
before? I wrote to the Obama administration about the Jehovah's Witnesses for 4 years. It's no problem. They love to hear from you. They love they even write you back. I've got a couple of letters where they wrote me back and thanked me and all of that stuff and gave me some information on who to report and where to go and all kinds of
Sweet.
Yeah.
So where did is there anything that can benefit people? Would they send to you?
Well, they basically just send you the routine things that I already knew. You know, they told me to go to the local police and district attorney and all that. We've already covered all of those bases, but it doesn't hurt to still write to them because they're going to put your information on file and it's going to be kept, and people are going to go back and reread that and use that. You see, and you never know how your letter could be used in the future in any kind of investigation that they have. Some of the lawyers that are able to get these settlements for the victims are saying that the ex-Jehovah's Witness community has been a crucial key in helping them to win case after case, and helping them to get justice for these victims, or some measure of justice. So, don't be afraid to write to the president. Don't be afraid to write to the Department of Justice, DOJ. I think her name is Loretta Lynch, if I recall correctly. Great office. I've been in contact with them on a regular basis. I write to them updates, and I have a few key persons there that I can pass on if you're interested. But yeah, these government agencies, they want to hear from you. They're open for all of that, and it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have justice fall from the sky immediately because you wrote the Department of Justice. This stuff takes a long time. Some of us have been in this for 10, 15 years, 20 years, trying to get people to know about this, and boss, it's verified. I've been doing this for years and years and years. You've been doing this for years. So, it's not going to be like, boom, you're going to call somebody and then everything's going to be cleared and it's all going to come crashing down for Jehovah's Witnesses. No,
right. And Bob, those letters that I passed off to you?
Yes, thank you so much.
Well, I have it confirmed that those have also gone via Mikey and Kim to the ARC and the UK.
Yes, great. Yes, I sent them to the ARC as well. I actually sent them to the district attorney in Montgomery, Alabama. I sent them to the district attorney in Los Angeles. I've tweeted these letters to just about anybody I could on Twitter. I mean, these things are everywhere now. People who aren't
Do you want to just summarize what the content was so the viewers know?
Yes, this was matter of fact. What I can do is maybe do a screen share, and then we can all take a look
Hey,
at these things together.
screen shares are great.
Okay, so let me see if I can dig these things up here. Let me see what I can do.
What you doing, boy? What you doing, boy? Ba 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 ba.
All right. These are a body of elder documents. They're highly secret. They're only for the elders. They are not to be seen by any rank and file Jehovah's Witness even. Okay. So let's see where we can get these things. Whoop. Now here we go. I gotta find where I stored them. Here we are. Okay. So this was sent to the North Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Why not?
And it was instructions about reporting child sexual abuse.
And what's the date on that?
The date is March the 3rd, 2017.
How about that?
Wow.
And this has been confirmed and verified by Bill Bowen and Barbara Anderson of WatchtowerDocuments.org. So before you say anything about the formatting, this was a copy and paste. This is a verified true document from the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. Even though this formatting doesn't say Watchtower on the top, this is how it came from the top. So they don't always write their stuff correctly. They don't always format their stuff correctly. But this is confirmed by Barbara Anderson of WatchtowerDocuments.org and Bill Bowen of SilentLambs.com.
Barbara Anderson. Where have I heard that name before?
Oh,
Barbara Anderson. So familiar.
No, Barbara Anderson is the media contact person. She's been on CNN and BBC and all over.
She served at Bethel for many years as their librarian person.
Exactly.
The guardian of doctrine.
Yes, sir.
So here are the letters here, and as you can see, it's a supplemental legal direction, child maltreatment. Okay, and as you see here in the bold, basically what it's telling them is to call the legal department. Nowhere does it say call the police. Call legal department or the service department. Call legal department again if any elder hears of the alleged or confessed abuse from another person, learns of a new victim, or learns other new and significant information. Nowhere does it say call the police. But let's take a look at the client intake CSA questionnaire. All right. So we've got attorney-client privilege and confidentiality notice. Now, I'm going to be a really good Jehovah's Witness right about now, and I'm going to highlight the key points. Look at that. To preserve attorney-client confidentiality, this form must not be shared with anyone except the legal department. Oops.
Oh, honey, why are you sharing this with the world on YouTube? Why you approach on Jehovah's name, honey? Oh, Jehovah, honey, don't do that, honey. You're going to make Jehovah cry.
So anyway, if questions arise, please call the legal department at 845-306-1000. Does anybody want to call the legal department right now? Because we got a few questions.
Down for that. Are they open?
Probably not. I don't know.
All right, then let's call the janitorial department.
Yeah. Isn't that the same thing?
There you go.
Oh, my God.
Here we go. We're talking to a building full of janitors on multi-level janitor department.
Well, according to Elizabeth's latest video. I don't know if you saw that one, where she actually walked into a kingdom hall and talked to some elders. And she got one who claimed to be with the legal department.
Right.
And he said, "Oh, I was with them for many years, was involved with many of the cases." Yeah. So it kind of makes you wonder whether the legal department really is located at headquarters, or they just window washers splattered all over the country somewhere.
Yeah. It does make you wonder.
That's actually very scary.
Yes, it is.
Yep. If you take a look at this next part here, on this form, as part of your investigation, it says, speak with the accused and any adult victim when possible. Do not speak with a minor without first contacting the service department for theocratic direction. As needed, you may orally consult with the body of elders of any congregation that has knowledge of the matter. So this thing you're talking about, boss, where people are crossing state lines, it could be that they're also talking across state lines, which implicates other congregation members and other elders and other congregations who are on the pedophile database.
I think it's important that whoever's investigating any of the documents also keep on staff either a former member, a former Jehovah's Witness, keep them on staff, because there's a lot of shorthand. There's a lot of shorthand lingo between Jehovah's Witnesses, and it's just, you never know what you're really looking at until you can understand what's being said, because we all know words mean something to them that it means nothing to the rest of the world, but when they say it, it's something. You know what I mean?
Different dictionary.
Yeah. So not everyone has that Jehovah Witness dictionary. So I think whoever's investigating this, when it comes to who was transferred where and for what reason, this and that, they need to have somebody on staff that knows the lingo or that can share what the lingo is, because I'm sure there's a lot of shorthand being used. And I remember seeing this one thing where this organization kept using peaches. Such and such got 15 peaches today. Such and such has 22 peaches today. But peaches was code for something else. You know what I mean? But it was overlooked by investigators because, all it says is peaches. It's benign. There's nothing to do with what we're looking for. But really, they didn't know. See what I'm saying? So I think it's important to have somebody that knows the lingo, especially if they could flip somebody in there that is part of the process.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Yeah. There's some interesting things here, and if you look at this form here, you have some interesting questions that you can look at. One of the things here on part C, victim information, it talks about this current spiritual standing down here on number 7. Now, what would that have to do with a victim? I don't know. But look at number 8. Did you speak to the victim, the parents of the victim, about the alleged abuse? And then, when you look here, on number D, the source of information, you have some really strange questions in here too. The term accuser refers to a person making the allegation against the accused. It does not refer to a person who simply informs the elders. And then it says down here on number 2, it's asking part D. It says current spiritual standing. So it's asking the spiritual standing of the victim. Why would that have anything to do with getting to the bottom of a crime?
Their credibility.
Right.
No, it's not. I think it has to do with whether they are a liability or not to Jehovah's name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Because whether they believe it or not, it's
Right. If it's just a little kid and they're not baptized or anything, it's not going to go against Jehovah's name.
Take a look at number E, allegation information. So it says here, state the specific acts the accused is alleged to have committed against the victim and the frequency. It gets very detailed. When did the alleged abuse take place? The victim's age during the time, the accused's age, what was the accused's relationship, what is the accused's current relationship to the victim, did the accused confess or deny the alleged abuse or to two or more witnesses? So all of this here, all this information they're being told to destroy after they turn it into headquarters, to the mothership, which they don't destroy those files, but the local congregation does, thinking that they got away with something.
Disgusting.
It is disgusting. Check this out. If the accused confessed to the abuse, was it voluntarily or only after being confronted with the allegation? Interesting question, huh? Now you've got something about the victim here. Wait, I think we already covered that. Oh, part F. Here's where it gets really interesting, folks. Is this allegation known inside the congregation other than the victim's immediate family members and the elders? Nice, right? So why would this question be here? Because
blame.
Right, and they don't want this to be known. They would like this to be hushed within just the family and maybe the elders. So when people speak out and when they put this on social media like we're doing on YouTube, they really don't like this. But check this out. If yes, please explain. Here's the explanation. YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, Reddit, So number 2. Is this allegation known outside the congregation? They don't really like it for it to be known. And I think a lot of times if too many people know, then that person who's accused just can't be on the body of elders anymore. If they are an elder, or they can't have any kind of status, maybe. I don't know, because they do put pedophiles in charge. Next question, how is the accused viewed by members of the congregation? Or how is the accused viewed by the community? Why would they have these questions in here about a person who's been sexually abused, a crime? Why would these questions matter if you're trying to get to the bottom of a crime?
Well, status is everything to a Jehovah's Witness. It's about who's, that might as well say whose family are they a part of. You know what I mean? Because Jehovah's Witnesses, that you show up to the event, these meetings are, this is a who's who of who is, the shit. And when they show up like that to the meetings and stuff, and they have a reputation of, they're, that's a beyond reproach family, or that's a beyond reproach sister. She's so spiritual, or he's so spiritual. They're always insert. You know what I mean? You have to. It's not that you're doing it. It's that many people are seeing you doing things, congregation-wise, and in everyone's mind, you're the it person. You're a pillar of the congregation.
Okay, and just as a reminder to anyone who is listening in now or will listen in later, this is a questionnaire that is considered prior to anything even being reported to the police. This is totally inside the congregation.
Right.
Yes. And you can see from the questions, they're already shaping a response here. These questions aren't designed to get to the bottom of anything as much as it is to shape a response and a type of behavior. Yes, they want to get the information for their own purposes, not to try and help a child.
Right.
Excuse me. So let's go to the government response here. This section here is interesting too. Number one, did anyone other than your congregation elders report the allegation to authorities?
Oh, honey, yeah. Sister Billy Bertha May Smith did.
Oh my goodness.
Did the authorities investigate?
Yes, once again, honey.
And what was the result?
Well, none of the Jehovah's Witnesses wanted to come forward and be honest and help children.
Oh, okay. So anyway, you've got all these other things here. Was the accused arrested? Was there a court proceeding regarding the allegation, incarceration? So they want to know every little detail here. Congregation response? Was the accused then handled by the Congregation Judicial Committee? You see this question here? They view it as a sin.
Not a crime.
Not a crime. Jehovah's Witnesses do not view pedophilia as a crime. They view it as a sin. I'm going to say this again because I want people to really understand what I'm saying. Jehovah's Witnesses do not view pedophilia the same way that you and I and the rest of the world do. They view it as a sin, not a crime. That difference right there. And look, it's right there from their own legal documents. You see this right here. Was the accused sin handled by Congregation Judicial Committee? It doesn't say crime.
I don't want to bury this subject at all. And so I'm going to add right in there, they do not add it as a sexual crime. They do not consider pedophilia as a sexual crime, which it is. This is not
you elaborate on that, Mia?
Battery. It's not assault and battery. It's a rape. It's a sexual crime upon a child, and they consider it a sin.
Mia, let me ask you this. Can you explain a little bit about why you say that the Jehovah's Witnesses don't view pedophilia as a sexual crime? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, I think it's very important since you're drawing the distinction between their view of what's a crime and what's a sex. I mean, what's a crime and what's, I'm sorry, what's a crime and what's a sin is that even in the legal world, in the world of forensics and police and all of that, there is a separate division for sexual crimes, rapes and murders that involve sex and pedophilia, sexual penetration of babies, and everything that involves everything that you just don't even want to imagine can happen. There's a separate division, even in the police and detective divisions, for those matters, separate from robberies. Okay? So we're dealing with something on such a horrendous, deep-seated evil that Jehovah's Witnesses, I just want to make that point, that something so terribly evil that might happen in the adult world, they don't recognize it in the world of children. Of course, they don't really in adult world either, because they still apply the two-witness rule to rape of women and men, adults. But as far as children are going, it's a sin to them. It's pedophilia. It's not a crime. And they have this other thing that perhaps we'll get into later, that, oh, you don't turn your brother in and you leave things in Jehovah's hands.
Well, I think it all falls under pornea. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it all falls under pornea, levels of pornea. But
Greek word. They don't even, the governing body doesn't even know Greek. I'm making that up. It's a cover. But anyway, that it angers me so much because I know so many people have been torn apart by it. But did I lose you guys? Did that satisfy you, Bob?
Yes. That I just wanted that to be out for some of the listeners who might not be that familiar with that. to understand why you made that distinction. And yes, that was a perfect explanation. So this is the document here. Some people got mad because you know, we sent this document to some folks and they didn't appreciate us sending that. But this document is available for anybody who wants it. Let us know. We can pass it around. I think we all have a copy, so you know, you can let Boss know, or Guitar, or me, or you know, anybody else. But yeah, while I've got this screen share up, I hope this works. One of the reasons that it's so important for us to really talk about this is because there are heavy suspicions and a lot of evidence pointing to the fact that there is a possible international child pornography ring within the Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay, and you can YouTube search that a little later. Jehovah child porn ring. YouTube search that keyword phrase, and you're going to find this video here about the Bethel elder Jesus Cano, who was busted with hundreds and hundreds of child porn DVDs and CDs in his Jehovah's Witness headquarters Bethel dorm room. He was busted trying to film boys and kids in the bathroom at the Chicago O'Hare International Airport. That's how he was caught. And then when they raided his dorm, his Bethel dorm, they found all of these child porn DVDs, hundreds and hundreds of them. And of course, he was also involved in the missionary work. So, you know, I don't think he kept all of those DVDs for himself, especially when you're talking about a 2-witness rule. There's a lot of men folk that feel very free and liberated to molest children and to pass each other child porn DVDs and things like that because of the 2-witness rule. So, yeah, Google that sometime if you want to. Jehovah child porn ring. YouTube search that. Yeah. So, it's very important that we talk about this stuff, you know, and I'm so glad that we've got Mia T and Big Boss here and Guitar and everyone else that came on the call and everyone here in the live chat supporting this and talking about it.
Jehovah Witnesses harbor pedophiles.
Amen.
Yes. And if you're watching right now, we got 12 people watching. We've got people in the live chat: Bex O'Neill, Bob's daughter, Mark Floyd, Ghostwriter Grace, everyone. You know, not everyone can talk about this. If you're someone that's still in and you're Jehovah's Witness, I know you saw me mad earlier at Jehovah's Witnesses, but I want you to know I'm not mad at you. If you're someone who's been molested and you're listening and you're afraid to come out, I want you to know we love you. And you take your time, but we must come out. You know, we've got to speak up. And right now, we're speaking up for you because, you know, for some reason you can't. But just know that that option is open for you. We will welcome you with open arms, just how you are. And it's not your fault. You didn't ask to be abused. You didn't cause anyone to abuse you. And you're worthy. You're loved. You're valuable just as you are. And you don't have to change anything about who you are to be loved by us. And always know that you're loved by people just as you are unconditionally. And that whenever you get ready to come out and speak, you can contact me or you can contact anybody here that's been on the call. They're all good people, all great, loving people who care about this and who want to help stop this child abuse and stop that 2-witness rule so that anybody who's in trouble, who's getting molested, can get the help that they need.
I think it's so difficult for victims to come forward. It's just, you know, it's impressed upon, you know, it's a level of shame and discomfort and just to try to, because when you talk about it, you have to remember And sometimes that takes so much energy to allow yourself to remember. You know, when people experience pain, their first thing is not to run quickly to the memory of the pain. They want to push it away, push it down, build walls around it. No one wants to deal with that. And when you ask someone to talk about what happened, you know, they have to break through their own mental layers of protection, keep themselves that they did to keep themselves emotionally safe and at a place where they could function. And you know, it's just terrible that that they can't come forward. They feel they can't come forward. They don't want to go through the all of that. They don't want to go through all the unveiling. And it's, you know, it's, you
Well,
should
it's
know that the shame isn't yours. The shame is not yours. The shame belongs on the perpetrator. You
oh,
know?
absolutely it does. But like Denise was saying earlier, there is a level of secrecy that is imposed upon you if this happens, or say while you're still a part of the organization, and you are told you must not ever speak of this, and for some reason you think, well, I must not bring reproach upon Jehovah's name, and so you know what, you can go for many years feeling that you're just not allowed to talk about it.
I think that when it comes to molestation and victim of, you know, pedophilia, uh, there's that layer of stigmatism. Yes, you know, people fade from the organization and don't talk bad about Jehovah's Witnesses. I've been seeing this, and it's just been such a shock to me when I see it. But they know that they don't want to be Jehovah's Witnesses, and they know what they experience with Jehovah's Witnesses, but they won't talk any negative word about Jehovah's Witnesses. They
True.
walk around thinking they're the bad ones, that they can't be a part of this. They're not good enough to be
True.
in Jehovah's Witnesses. So there's those people that are there. And then there's, let's say you got the person that they overcome the fear and they say, you know, Watchtower, the people in the organization were, you know, they weren't always nice. They were mean to me. They were this, they were that, or I don't agree with their interpretation of scripture. And then they grow the courage to be able to do that. And they've overcome this mental block that Watchtower put there. You can't talk bad about them. Now, that's inserted into them, this mental Watchtower block. When, you know, a pedophilia thing, that's like an internal wall. The victim themselves created the wall. Watchtower didn't put the wall there. They created the wall to protect themselves from the outside attack.
No.
But we're gonna be agree to disagree on this, you know, because when you're attacked and
I
you don't
think
want
when
to remember
someone
it.
bigger than you says you'll be in big trouble and you're a little kid, if you say anything about this, you will
Right.
zip your lip tight for a long time.
Right. Well, we're talking about two different things then, because yeah, you can fear a person, you can fear the organization. I'm talking about that mental wall that you put up when you're afraid to face what happened to you. You're afraid to.
Oh, I see.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what they did. I'm talking about
Denial. You're talking
yeah.
about denial that it happened.
They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with it. They know what
I see.
happened. They just don't want to talk about it. Don't want to deal with it. It hurts too much, and they acknowledge it, but it's in the distance of their mind. They're doing their best to occupy their time with everything other than, you know what I mean? And time goes on, and perpetrators continue to be perpetrators, and things aren't said. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because
Right.
because they created this protection for themselves, keeping themselves up there, and it makes me angry that these monsters can potentially roam free because they're taking advantage of children's self-defense mechanisms that get engaged.
Right. They're blocking it. You're talking about the children that block it. and for some reason it doesn't come out when it's happening, and so years later it's still an issue, but the perp is still wandering the streets.
Right. It's
I get
and who
it.
wants to, not every parent wants to have the conversation with their child. If somebody does something bad to you, you need to come to me about it. Because obviously that's the case. So what does the perpetrator do? They make it seem like it's the child's fault in some way. You know what I mean? They manipulate the situations to where it seems as if, they're a willing participant. And Watchtower's archaic uh, reasonings will accept this grooming scenario and take it as, well, the child must bear some of this too. You know what I mean? Because they use phrases like, "Are they of the age of understanding?" You know what I mean? Were they at the age of understanding? How vague is that?
I
You know what I
cannot
mean?
believe they put that in that questionnaire. It's irrelevant.
Thank you. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's these monsters and the playground that they have, the playground known as the Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? I watched a video by Elizabeth Strickland, and she goes into a Kingdom Hall and she's standing there watching Kingdom Hall as it's taking place. She's standing just outside of the main auditorium, and brother goes up to her and he's like, "Hey, how can we help you?" This and that. She's like, "Oh, I'm just observing. I heard that there's pedophiles in here, and I just want to make sure the kids are safe."
I'm going to mute for a minute.
And I was like, "That's an interesting approach. That's an interesting approach. I'm just observing because I heard that there's pedophiles in the Kingdom Halls, so I just want to see that no kids getting hurt." And he's like, "Well, people say bad things about us, and you don't have to come in here for that and this and that." It's a very good conversation she ended up having with these elders. If anyone gets a chance, Elizabeth Strickland, she's got a koala as the icon, a little koala bear. That's a very interesting video I saw that she did, and she's getting out there and it's planting. You're going behind enemy lines and you're planting bombs like Guitar did. Very subtle, very smooth, in the form of asking a question, in the form of this and that. They need this back. They need it to come back at them. Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm sorry. I thought my battery was acting up. I was doing some stuff. I was away from the charger.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was acting kind of weird. Yeah, that battery. That wasn't the case, I guess.
No, I was off for a while because it was getting so low, and then it was telling me the Google Hangout stopped working, and I thought it was due to the battery because I was like 3% or something like that. So then once I got back to a charger, I dialed back in there.
Right.
But I'm just listening to y'all for a couple minutes here and making some good points. I mean, it's not one of those things that we could get so downhearted. I know I've been out of the loop here for a while, so I don't know exactly what y'all are talking about. But from the last couple of minutes conversation, I mean, we could get so downhearted if we just focused on getting a knockout the first go round. But it's going to be a continuous. You can't underestimate small beginnings and just go ahead and be satisfied with the fact that we're putting forth effort and we don't know necessarily where it's going to have success, but we go after it.
We were trying to encourage any victims out there to come forward. That's what we were talking about, and it just I had a loose connection with the Elizabeth video because
Gotcha.
she specifically went into the Kingdom Hall, and when asked why she's there, she was like, "I'm just trying to protect the kids. I heard there was pedophiles in here."
Right.
Like that's the word on the street. That's the she's giving them, this is the public perception. I felt concerned enough that I don't even know you people, and I came in here because I was worried a kid was going to be molested. That's what she left them with.
In any other forum, that would be applauded, but in this forum, it's frowned upon.
Yeah, what are you doing? Well, you don't have to come in here looking upon that. The guy gave us an example. He's like, take me for example. Yeah, this is what he said. He's, I'm. What did he say? He said, I'm a very high reputable person in the kingdom, in the community. I'm a very high reputable person. That's all we have here is very high reputable people. It's almost to the point that, I thought he was going to say beyond reproach is what I thought he was going to say, because he would certainly be acting like that. I'm beyond, that wouldn't hurt a fly. It doesn't do anything. We don't do anything to anybody. It would never hurt a fly. He's such a nice people. We're all just nice people. That's all, like freaking here all the time. We're just this nice people. We'd never hurt anybody.
I know not everybody wants to hear this, but the first thing that comes to my mind when you're saying that is I'm thinking about that illustration that Jesus gave about the tax collector and then the priest who were both going to pray, and the priest or whoever it was saying, "Oh, I tithe, I give all of my earnings, and I feed the poor." And I'm just thinking of that came to my mind, because it's just like, people can get so full of themselves,
Oh yeah. Look at me. Just look at me.
All the good things we do definitely outweigh whatever couple of rogue bad things that happen,
rogue bad things that aren't part of the procedure. Look, this is just a couple of bad apples. That's what it's just a couple of bad apples did some bad things. They called your headquarters, and your headquarters told them not to say anything to anybody. Well, the bad apples, they're just everywhere, Okay, there's bad apples all over the place. Maybe you start looking at the tree?
Yeah.
Maybe we should start looking at the tree here. No, my goodness, instead of looking at the basket of bad apples and saying, maybe I shouldn't eat this. Instead, they turn the lights off and they start eating.
Right.
I don't want to see it. I don't see anything. Doesn't happen in my kingdom hall that you know of. Lady. It don't happen in your kingdom hall.
And what type of attitude is that anyway? Because I mean, if the potential is out there, I mean, you might as well go ahead and say, okay, I'm not going to put locks on my door because there's no robberies recently in my neighborhood. I mean, that doesn't.
Yeah. Doesn't happen here. That don't happen here. I keep my doors wide open.
Well, it's like they all pretend when Elizabeth went into the Kingdom Hall and the guy was like, Australian Royal Commission? Well, I was just talking to someone the other day, or, I've been handling that for a while. I'm part of the legal department. And
yeah, I'm part of the legal department. I like that one.
Really? Like, he was just lying, thinking she didn't know.
Oh, so you're the one that told everyone not to call the police.
Yeah, you're the one. Maybe you should be. Yeah.
So you're the one that is instructing people not to do this.
I find it really strange how the Jehovah's Witnesses, they want to distance themselves when you're talking about this stuff. They want to talk in third person. They say, yeah, they're good people, and then when you turn around and say, well, are you a Jehovah's Witness? Yeah, I am. Well, how come you're talking about them in third person then?
Yeah, what was all that? That's very misleading.
Or like online, they'll say, I'm not a JW, but I always know you're a JW. How come you pretend not to be a JW and then get so defensive about the JWs?
Yep. Hey, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness, but they are the most perfect, wonderful, wonderful people ever, and they're just the best. Well, then why aren't you one?
Or like Fairy Tale when he had the Reagan mask on and he was outside and that guy was pulling that on him and he says, okay, well then deny him right now. Go ahead and deny him.
Yeah.
That was classic. That was epic there.
I like this last Zeb video that he put out. That thing had me rolling.
I haven't caught up on it today. I haven't seen it yet.
Random dude got nothing to do with Jehovah's Witnesses walks up to where he's at because he's leaving with material, and he's like, "Hey, stop harassing these women." I started shouting at them. I'm like, you don't know what is even going on, dude. You have no clue what's happening here. He's like, you can't be doing that.
Or
No,
he
you
does.
can't
I mean, why is he all of a sudden a knight in shining armor? You know, I mean,
I know. Yeah. You can't be taking that stuff. You gonna come take it from me? That's what he said. You gonna come take them from me? Oh, okay. Keep talking. That was great.
from my cold dead hands.
Oh, I thought, yeah, almost. I thought he was gonna say it. I think I put on this thing before. I said, you're gonna have all those Kingdom Halls in California afraid of Paul Ryan. No reason. They're gonna see him on TV and just freak the hell out.
I hate that guy.
Oh yeah, I can't put my finger on it, but I don't like him.
I don't trust him.
Oh. Jehovah provides escape for his pedophiles.
All I'm doing is just wearing a Calvin Klein polo and some Guess shoes.
Yeah. Well, we've got 11 viewers watching. I want to thank everyone for watching and tuning in.
Right.
We've got some people in the live chat. Let's check who we've got in the live chat. We've got Kat B in the live chat. She says, you can't trust any of those Jehovah's Witnesses. They will turn on you. If you dare disagree or point out the heavy issues, no such thing as a JW friend. So true. So true. Isn't that true, people? When we were in and our friends, were they really our friends? Because I always had to watch my toes. I always had to be on my P's and Q's. I couldn't be me around them, you know, because then they'd be obliged to turn me in to the elders if I smoked a cigarette or if I ate a piece of birthday cake, you know, silly stuff that normal people wouldn't even bat an eye at, but Jehovah's Witnesses make into a huge, you know, death-condemning sin. But then you have something like child molestation and pedophilia, and Jehovah's Witnesses all of a sudden start getting the soft heart. Oh, well, was there 2 witnesses to that? No, well, we'll just have to wait on Jehovah to fix that. Meanwhile, you're sitting at your friend's, you know, your boss's birthday, and you're eating a piece of birthday cake, and Elder Beelzebub gets you in the jugular because you know what? You are spiritually weak. You are to be disfellowshipped. That is a sin. You're going to be destroyed at Armageddon. Eating a birthday cake. Okay, look, it was strawberry shortcake with vanilla flavored whipped cream, but I didn't molest any kids. Come on, give me a break. No, out you go. Meanwhile, Elder Pedophile that diddled Elder Billy Boo's daughter, well, Billy Boo told his daughter, well, Misty, I don't think I believe you, even though you're my own flesh and blood, because there wasn't 2 witnesses. And Brother Beelzebub, he wouldn't do that anyway, would he? I mean, Brother Billy Boo, oops.
As you're saying that, I can't even fathom that. I can't get my head around it. It's just like the disparity between those 2 extremes of being so strict versus so permissive. It's just incredible.
Yeah, big time.
Yes.
I just think it's a result of the programming and the brainwashing, and I can't attribute it to anything else but that, because it's just so anti-human, anti-feeling. You know, it's just, you know, you know.
All right, guys, we got some good news on that subject. Check it out. Bex O'Neill in the live chat. Breaking news, everyone. It's about to go down. She says, Bob, I've just had 4 people from Op Death Eaters retweet the posts. Okay? And Jehovah's Witnesses, if you don't know what retweeting is, you might better want to Google that one time, because that's going to be something for you.
Now,
Okay?
which post is she referring to?
She's saying Anonymous is starting to blow it up on Zeb, Pedo Henry, and Sam Hernandez.
Oh,
They
shoot.
are they are retweeting and blowing these tweets into their networks. You've got a group that is called Op Death Eaters and Op Pedo Hunters, and they hunt pedophiles and people who enable pedophiles. They hunt them. I don't know what they do. They probably just expose them and turn them into the FBI.
Well, I was going to ask. They hunt them and then ask them to change their ways politely.
Yes, they do. They do. They're very sweet people. And you know, so they've grabbed a hold of that, and they're very thankful for that information. And you're welcome, Anonymous. So yes, we've got Bex O'Neill up in the chat. She's bringing late breaking news. Professor Martyrdom. How many JWs does it take to screw in a light bulb? Uh-oh.
It takes 10. 1 to do it, 9 to tell them why they were wrong in doing it the way they did it.
It's actually overlapping generations of JWs.
Well, MLE956 in the live chat says, "One to decide new light is needed, Professor."
That's a good one.
Candace Lambert, honey boo.
Oh,
Candace Lambert, honey boo. You want to jump on this call, boo? Come on, boo. We need some female energy, honey boo. We need to get the ladies up in here to talk with Mia T and get the ladies' point of view about how Jehovah Witness elders want to bully people. Bully
What happened to
victims.
Mia? Is she still here? I'm seeing somebody else there, but I'm not hearing anybody else. Oh, she's in the chat. I see.
Mia, you still there? I thought I saw Mia still in.
Yeah, she might be. I was just trying to figure out what was going on here because I'm just showing back up here. I'm looking at the chat here. It looks like there's 4.
she's got some hot pockets going. They need some tending too.
Hot pocket.
Well, professional janitors. Professor Martyrdom Truth says professional janitors. Yeah, the folks that were the parental units, I have to call them parental units to emotionally distance myself from them and to keep things neutral. But the parental units, they had a janitorial business. And yeah, a lot of families I knew in the congregations that I was associated in, and also others in surrounding areas, is a very common thing that families had janitorial businesses, and even some elders, they used their janitorial business as a type of influence because they could hire people to work for them. And of course, you know, when you don't have a lot of job options as a Jehovah's Witness because you don't have a lot of education, it seems like a really good idea to work for your brother, right? So the only thing is that they never want to pay you anything, and they want to kind of cheat you out of your paychecks. They don't want to pay employee tax on you, all kinds of little slick deals, you know. But they do, you know, some of these influential elders that were presiding overseers, they had businesses like this Zebedee Henry. He would hire Jehovah's Witnesses in his business, and of course, you know, after you employ half the congregation, well, you're pretty much in charge of their lives financially. So you know you're going to be the head elder or someone that they're going to bow down to because they're getting their paycheck from you. So yeah, a lot of janitorial businesses, landscapers, lawn services,
These are all good businesses. Good businesses.
Yeah.
Oh, check the chat, Bobby. Candace sent you her thing.
Okay, I'm going to send you an invite then. Let's see what we've got. All right.
Maya's still working on the.
Up and invite her, boo. I love Candace Lambert, honey boo.
Okay, your invite is.
I don't think your mic is working, Mia. That's probably. Did you set it on mute or something?
Mia's having a break right now. She's taking a break. Mia, oh, there she is. All right, guitar. This little bird who knows what's up. Rockin' Robin.
For some reason, I heard that in a British accent. Is he a little bird knows what's up?
Here we go.
Just want to make sure you're not sinning. That's why I'm calling you after the meeting to check up on you.
What? Something happened to you? Something happened to you bad? You're gonna need to produce 2 eyewitnesses for that. What? So and so might be dating a worldly person? Get the stakeout gear.
Candace,
Yeah, really.
on Google Hangouts. Do you know how to get to Google Hangouts? Hangouts.google.com.
Also, check your local cable provider.
I'm going to email you, Candace, the link. So, I've sent you an invite through the regular Hangouts thing, but I'm going to also email you the chat link. And the subject line will say chat link. All right. As soon as I copy and paste this, boom. Okay. It's on its way. It should be there in a second.
Hey, something found says she's down to join.
Something found. All right. Let's see. Where are you at? What's your email? Let me see. You don't know how to do it? Okay. All right.
Do you have the app installed, Candace, on your phone? I don't know.
It's a good question.
Something found. What is your email address?
Yeah, she put it in the thing.
I know she
Somebody
did.
found
Did
it?
you catch it?
Yep. She put it in there.
I don't see it. I'm scrolling back. Let me see.
Just reverse her name and separate it with an underscore, and then use Yahoo. You got it.
Oh.
I'll have to check something found. Let me do that now.
Well,
Then I'll send it to Bobby. Check your messages, Bobby. I'm about to send you something.
all right. Tweet, Twitter. Tweet, Twitter. Okay.
Tweet Zebedee Henry the Third all night long.
Oh, honey, don't do that to Zebedee Henry the Third, man.
You might wake him up. He won't be able to sleep because of all these tweets.
Yeah, I sent you
Sound
something
check.
found stuff. Ooh.
Uh-oh, somebody stepped up in this room.
Me too. Sound check.
There she is.
Welcome back. Boss?
I can't. I don't know about all these. What is it they call on screws? And bolts and all those little holes, and you gotta find the mother and the father and put everything together in the right place.
I don't know what you're doing over there.
I know that game. It's
The mother and the father? What? What are you talking-
I get all confused on all the mommy and daddy places on my laptop.
It's called Can You Guess Who? We all played it.
It's called Operation.
Anyway, I had the microphone plugged in the wrong hole.
Turn my headphones up.
It's just a little porno technology.
Damn.
Oh my goodness.
All right. I sent the invite to Something Found, so she should be here in a swift second.
Swift.
Did you get it? Did you get it? Something Found? Professor Martyrdom in the live chat says, what does Hannibal Lecter call a Jehovah's Witness? Ooh, I like that question.
God, that's
Comrade.
Let's see what the answer is. What does Hannibal Lecter call a Jehovah's Witness? Can't wait for
a criminal.
chopped liver.
Pig in a blanket.
Hello, clitoris. Free delivery.
Free delivery.
Oh my God.
Oh, what? Free delivery? Is that the answer?
I guess so.
Yeah, it is free delivery. I Googled it.
Oh my God.
The only problem is it shows up at 7 a.m.
I'm still putting that joke in the description of this video.
I wonder if you could have a Bible study with a nice Chianti.
What's a Chianti?
Isn't that what he said? He said something about
Chianti.
Chianti. He said something about having chopped liver with a Chianti
And fava beans.
and fava beans.
I know, but what's up with that crazy mask?
Mask. Oh, what? Hannibal Lecter?
I know, it kind of looks like Big Boss.
Hmm?
Big Boss? Big Boss looks like Hannibal?
No, his crazy tower.
Okay, so Candace, you want to come on after all? What happened to Something Found? Did you get your invite, Something Found? Okay, I'm going to invite you again under that email, Candace.
Breakfast food.
All right, I sent the email, the invite to Candace. Now, who else do we need to get?
We're just shooting the breeze right now, Black Sheep.
Black Sheep, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. We got 14 viewers listening right now, and we are sitting back. We are still talking about JW elders trying to bully victims of child sexual abuse, trying to get people to stop talking about it, using different kinds of techniques of intimidation and threats and bullying or whatever, you know, and it's not going to work. There's too many people within this.
I could say goodnight and give her room.
No, it's not that there's enough room.
Oh.
There's enough room.
Stop trying to leave us, Mia.
God.
She just wants to get rid of us, that's all.
I just want a cigarette.
We might have to turn you in for that.
I know.
But yeah, sometimes. Oh, there she is.
I just.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Hey, honey boo.
Hey.
Welcome to the show, Candace.
You did.
Good morning. I love your hair. I love it.
That's how you wake up? I'm
You are
jealous.
so gorgeous.
You know how much work it takes to get this going? That shit just rolls out of bed like that? Jeez.
No, I
Yeah.
took a little nap.
So how are you doing today? What are your thoughts on Jehovah's Witness elders trying to bully and intimidate people who speak out?
What was the question?
What's your favorite pizza topping?
This is too much.
Oh God, she's clamming.
I'm glad y'all can't smell my breath right now.
She just woke up. She's still waking up.
Don't worry about it. My breath is mad in the middle of the day, let alone when I wake up.
Oh my God.
I woke up and looked at my phone. It was like Bob Smith invited you to a call. Like, okay. So what is this even about? What are we talking about?
Oh man. We talk. I'm sorry.
I want at a time.
Pizza
Do you want to go brush your teeth or something, Candace?
Damn.
Man, Mia, what is up with that? Don't be so harsh.
Mia is blunt. You gotta have some thick skin to hang out with Mia.
Mia's slicing and dicing. I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, man, I thought we were all friends around here.
Mia sliced me a couple of times, but that's just how she is.
We can be friends. People just got to brush.
So what did you see my post where I'd forgotten to tell you guys that there was a female pedophile in my congregation. I didn't know her. She had just stopped going like right when I came to that congregation in like 2011. But she had been accused and she got convicted. And so her court trial was during the time that I was in the congregation. And the elder reported. So that was crazy. I'd forgotten the female pedophile.
Damn.
There was also a male pedophile in my first congregation in Bellevue, Tennessee. That I don't think he's still in jail, but he got convicted also, and he's on the violent sex offender list.
And violent too, on top of it, huh?
Yeah.
Oof.
You know, there's a lot of violence within the Jehovah's Witnesses.
And
Wow.
I had some nasty elders.
Can you say that again? We didn't get that last part, Candace.
Oh, I said, of course, I had some nasty elders. So.
Yeah. Can you tell us about it?
Well, I think you wanted to ask her about what her opinion is, right, on activism.
Yeah. So the question here on the show today is about Jehovah's Witness elders that are attempting to bully and intimidate victims of child sexual abuse that are speaking out about their experience within the Jehovah's Witnesses being molested, and outing elders that helped cover it up, and those elders trying to bully and intimidate and threaten those victims. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I know where that's happened personally, and I know a victim of. I posted it on my timeline on Facebook like a few minutes ago. I was bullied by elders, and she committed suicide.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
She had been molested by her father, and the elders just kept sweeping it under the rug and, acting like it didn't happen, and he was still active and all of that. He stopped being a part of it. Still 16, and she put herself in the closet while her mom was taking a shower. Yeah.
Can you tell us that again? You're kind of breaking up. We missed a lot of the important stuff.
Does she got headphones?
No, I have a new life proof case, and like it's soundproof too.
It's okay. Can you start over again? Let's see if we can get some of the important bits so we can at least piece it together.
Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Right now, you're perfect.
Okay. I have a girlfriend, Jehovah's Witness, or she's not anymore. She's associated at this time, but her daughter was molested by her own father, who is an active witness, still is an active witness. But was bullied. The girl was bullied by others to say anything. Nobody really knew until committed suicide. The telling the story, and it with life. She hung herself in the closet while her mom was taking a shower.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, that is just.
Yeah.
So much for the happiest out there, huh?
Yeah, happiest people on earth. Yeah, no.
To these elders that might be listening, you better stop bullying and stop trying to bully people, because when you're causing people to commit suicide like that, just because you want victims to stay silent, you're going to be, it's not going to be very nice for you. The police is going to come get you.
I mean, people need to realize that they reap what they sow, and all that good stuff, because in the effort to keep things quiet, that and for the stated goal that we know why they do that, well, it's going to come back out later on tenfold.
I have a question for you guys. Can somebody answer this for me? At this time, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you.
The way that everything is coming down so hard on the organization, what do you think it is that is keeping elders in the positions that they're in, just from a personal level, and why they would take on this responsibility of 100 or so people that they really are just peers with, and take on this type of responsibility? What kind of person does that?
That's definitely a multifaceted question. If I could take a crack at it, I think that it's a combination of some that feel that they need to put their faith in the organization regardless of all the mistakes and blatant wrongdoings. They need to just put their faith in the organization because the organization equals Jehovah. And then I think there are some that recognize that this is a syndicate, and they're able to do the dirty deeds that they want to do, and have victims that they know won't say anything about it. So it's a combination of the two. People that look away, and the people that acknowledge and revel in the disgustingness.
And I think ego is a big part of it as well, because I mean, these are people that really have nothing else going on in their lives that end up thinking that they're really, this is a big deal, because in their little universe, this is a big deal, but in the big scheme of things, it's nothing. But
So you think it's like a mafia?
No, because the mafia gets stuff done, but
What syndicate then?
I think some look at it as an avenue to explore all the terrible things that they desire. They view it as that this is the avenue I can use because of how Watchtower is set up when it comes to these type of crimes. People, they recognize it. They go, look, the people in the congregation are looking to me as the end all be all decision maker in their personal lives. In their personal lives, people are naming me as advocates in legal decisions as well. You know what I mean? So
powers of attorney and all that good stuff.
Yeah. So I think some are looking at it and they're saying, "Wow, this is a bad thing that I'm being presented with, but I have to go with it, even though I know in my heart it's wrong, because the Watchtower tells me I can't trust myself. I have to trust Watchtower only. I have to trust Watchtower over me, over anyone I love, over everything. Watchtower is going. I'm the conduit. I'm the tip of the blade for Watchtower in this regard, and this is what Watchtower needs me to do, and I'm going to do it." There are some that are like that. Their end all faith is in Watchtower, and then there's some that are maniacal, that see it for the scam that it is, and are using where they're at to do the dirty deeds that they want to do.
It's just like a company man or a yes man who's willing to compromise whatever type of ethics or morality that they may have had. I mean, you're not going to really be a company man or a yes man if you have all that many ethics. But it's one of those things to where they put all their eggs in that basket, and they really are going to go toe to toe with anybody that's confronting this company, and they're going to feel justified in doing that because they've been fed a bill of goods that says that this company can do no wrong.
Like I keep going back to tobacco farmers, but I kind of see a parallel there, because this country is not going to say, all you tobacco farmers get out, we're shutting it down. It's just not going to happen. It doesn't matter. You could stack millions of bodies of people that have gotten lung cancer and this cancer and that, and it won't matter. Tobacco was going to be, it's here. It's part of the country. It's not going to go nowhere. And the people that work in these tobacco facilities, you know what I mean? Are they getting heat? You know what I mean? How do you feel working for the tobacco industry? I feel fine. People are making a decision. And that's probably what the Jehovah's Witnesses are saying. Oh, you could choose to be in this or not. But it's just, I'm viewing the parallel within making excuses for what you're doing, right? Which is what you're saying. How could they do this? So yeah, you make the mental leaps and excuses for what you're doing, and you never look at all of the things that could happen. They don't see a negative outcome to being a Jehovah's Witness, and that's why there's these people that consider themselves part of the warning label, because you can't ban them in this country. What they need then, just like tobacco has warning labels on the cartons, this is what we could do. We could tell you what you're getting into. There are people that walk around as the warning label, warning people what you're getting into when it comes to Watchtower. You need to know the other half of this, because there's bodies all over the place that Watchtower is not telling you about. There needs to be a warning label on top of Watchtower. Until that happens, I like to encourage people to take part and say, be part of that. Be part of the warning label that does exactly what it sounds like. Warn people about the dangers of Watchtower.
Emily 956 says, could it be a God complex?
Okay. Well, I mean, like what Guitar was saying, a high level company man kind of thing, and he has a level of authority over this and that. I described it as some of them feeling that they're the tip of the spear when it comes to Watchtower's actions, and Watchtower is God. So in that moment, they are God's instrument on whatever is, the decision that they're making. We're hiding this pedophile in the name of Jehovah to keep Jehovah's name clean.
Well, and someone for a long time made them think that they were appointed by Jehovah.
They still think that, and they still
believe it.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it also goes into a completely callous, legalistic way of looking at things as to how much trouble can we get in for doing A, how much trouble can we get in for doing B. Then they're gonna take the option that's going to get them in the least amount of trouble, at least in the short term. It's in their perspective. I mean, thankfully, whatever you want to call it, the universe or karma or God or whatever it is watching. And this is all going to come out in the wash, But at the same time, we can't just sit around waiting for that to happen, because we have to stir the pot and make sure this is happening,
I like that idea. We make sure it's happening, because you know what? When push hits the fan, I'm sure I totally mixed that up. You have to forgive me.
Hashtag when push hits the fan.
When push hits the fan. Forgive me, Randy. The liquors.
Oh no, it was cute.
What was I saying? Damn it. The
Who knows?
Oh no. No, I lost it.
No, you were saying when push comes to shove. No, I'm trying to help him get it back here.
Oh no. It was so good.
It'll come back to you.
Well, it'll come back to me. Damn it.
just like it came back to Zeb when he had a brain fart, it came back to him. It'll come back to you.
Oh my goodness.
What are you drinking over there, man?
I got me a concoction here. I got some Di Serono, and in between Di Serono, I have some Fireball.
He's sipping on that Amared.
Okay, so Big Boss, I thought we were friends on YouTube. I mean, on Facebook, and you would have seen the video that I posted about the security guard in this tummy.
Where's Josh?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, well, he kind of guards against different things hitting the tummy all at once. Well, anyway, you'll have to look for it. Just avoid the last 9 tequila shots.
I have a question.
Okay.
I know like what kind of activism that you do, Bob, but I was just curious about like Mia and guitar. But what other?
I'm having trouble hearing you, Candace.
I think she wants to know what kind of activism and the rest of us do.
Yeah.
I'd like to nominate guitar first.
Oh, please, man. I'm new to it. I mean, I follow Boss's example and Professor and Grace and Bob and just trying to get, I mean, wherever it's like Boss said the other night, this stuff starts rolling off the tip of your tongue before you know it. It's like my teeth get whiter every time I say Australian Royal Commission. It's just one of those things to where it's just, it's one of those things where it's definitely not natural to begin with, but the more and more you say it, it kind of, I mean, I don't really know. I'm not doing all that much. I mean, I appreciate what Boss is saying there, but I mean, on my channel, I put up a video that I did last week. I didn't get out this week and do anything, but last week I did. I went there and asked some questions and brought some things to their attention that they probably never would have. I shouldn't say never, but had not up until that point thought of. So the only thing I encourage everybody to do is not to overthink it and just think, oh, I got to come up with this perfect strategy. I have to come up with this perfect scenario. I'm going to do it here. I'm going to say this. I'm going to have this with me. I'm not going to have that with me. I mean, it's just one of those things to where, something is better than nothing. And once we start to do something, it can turn into quite a if nothing else, it can plant seeds right now and then turn into a means of encouragement to other people around us to also incite them to do things. So that's the main thing. I mean, I'm nothing special. I don't I'm not all that bright or all that smart or all that intuitive or all that brave or anything like that. But it's just anything that we can do is just kind of it's just not comfortable. You're definitely going to feel uncomfortable, but just to go ahead and embrace that uncomfortable feeling and just go for it. That's what I encourage everybody to do. And I mean, the main thing also is just, even if we're working up our gumption or whatever, is to just not be discouraging. Because I mean, we can all come up with 1,000 reasons why something's not going to work, but then as soon as somebody does something that's successful, then we say, oh, we become their cheerleaders all of a sudden. Where we have to look at it the other way around, and we have to be in each other's corners. And we may not agree with it. We may feel that we see something in the horizon, saying, oh my goodness, I definitely see that not working out. Well, just let them do it, because doing something is better than doing nothing and discouraging each other. So we that's the main thing. Even if we're not going to do anything right now, it'll come out at some point. But just don't. We can't go ahead and rain on each other's parades and make it seem like it's just so insurmountable. Why try that, or why do this or that? Because otherwise, what are we doing? We might as well. I mean, all we're doing is a Lonely Hearts Club at that point. All we're doing is just boo-hooing. All we're doing is boo-hooing, So we can't get into that attitude either, I may not have answered or addressed your real question or your real statement there, Candace. But I just that's all I got to say for right now. But
No, good. Mainly like I was just curious because I'm not really doing videos anymore. So now I just tell people in my chair at work, I talk to them about it any chance I can. I'm like chomping at the bit for Jehovah's Witnesses to come. I've been looking for the literature carts in the square, and they're not here lately. So I don't know. Somebody must have. But
well, you're doing something good there, because I mean, you think about a lot of the videos that get made. I mean, a lot of them are, I mean, like I think about like one of the very first one that Fairy Tale came out with, and he's saying, oh, I have this and that relationship with my mother, and I feel like it's irreparable and all that type of stuff. It's like, okay, well that's all well and good for us to get our own catharsis and our own therapy and all that, but in the big scheme of things, with what we're trying to accomplish, all those little videos, if all we're doing is talking about what we've been through or whatever, that it's got. I'm not trying to bash it, but it only does so good, so much good. Whereas, like you're saying, if you're talking to people at work, or you're looking for wherever you can get your word in there, so that's the way to do it, I believe.
You want me to rescue your guitar?
I didn't know I needed it, but go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't know you needed it.
No, well, I think what Candace is talking about, when you're, she works full time, obviously, and is very busy. And so, and then people's circumstances change, so they can't all be like, YouTube videos and, crashing Kingdom halls and different things. But
Well, I
I just
wasn't
wanted to say,
just to make sure Candace knows, I wasn't condemning her for whatever she's
oh
doing
no,
or not
no,
doing.
sweetheart, I wasn't saying that at
All
all.
right, all right.
It's just I just want to expand on the avenues, and I think that's what Candace is asking, is different ways that you can feel like you're being productive in activism when it may not seem like, you're not like, out there and everybody knows about it, but at least you feel accomplished in your own right. And so I just wanted to say something here. And Jehovah's Witnesses prepared us, those of us who did get the theocratic ministry school and the service meeting. We know how to witness to people, like when they're not expecting it. Do you remember what they call that?
Informal.
Well, blackball for the
Well, that's when, yeah, that's when you're just waiting for the opportunity to arise, and then you just all of a sudden there you are. Oh, here was my experience. I used to be one of those, and I just, that's my deal. Is I am like an unwitness. I just tell them whenever its opportunity arises. Because it's better to prevent someone from getting in to have to even try to help them get out, because it's so much harder later.
Yeah. Well, I like truth too. So if I report or something, I'll just like tag elders, kids, people get pissed, but one time I sent the Leah Remini documentary. He called me back, woke up from me sending the Leah Remini documentary. So there's one. There's up. I'm done.
No, Candace, the only reason I think if I can speak for others, I think we're just having a little bit of trouble hearing you is the only thing but I'm picking up on little bits of what you're saying, but that's the only reason you may not be getting a whole lot of feedback, right? Or input, because we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
Sorry.
No, it's not necessarily your fault. I think it's just the Hangouts thing right now. I'm glad you're on here, and I mean, and that's the thing. You can't go ahead and down yourself for what you may not be doing or whatever. You just got to do whatever you feel is appropriate. But doing something is better than doing nothing. I mean, little things, a little bit a day. On, like you said, on Twitter, on Facebook, on wherever.
And you know what? Don't be afraid to get into the books a little bit. Go to Barnes and Nobles, or check out. Go to your local public library. Support your library, and check out some of the social media for dummies books. They make it so easy, and you don't have to know everything. Just a couple of things. Like, for example, you can imagine 3 ways of communicating on the internet as far as social media is concerned. So you've got text, you've got images, and you've got sound. All right. So imagine a combination of all of those on Facebook, okay? And then you've got something like Twitter that is a little bit less text. Your text is limited to 140 characters, I believe. But you can still add images to your tweet. Those are called tweets. And they're short messages. So you have to put your message into a very short, compressed form. And then you've got something like Instagram, where it's mostly images and almost no text at all. So just keep in mind that social media, it's very easy to get out there and have your voice heard by a lot of people, but you have to respect each platform as a whole universe of its own. Twitter is not going to be like Facebook. Facebook is not going to be like LinkedIn. You have to get in there and really get in touch with the flow, and it doesn't take you long. Grab a dummies book, Facebook for Dummies, or Twitter for Dummies, or some other kind of book at the library that you're drawn to. Read up on it a little bit, and then just get out there and play with it. Play with the hashtags. Like, for example, if you're wanting to expose the watchtower, use the word expose and then put the number sign behind in front of the word. Like, for example, the number sign above the 3 on your keyboard. If you hit Shift 3, you're going to get the hashtag sign or the number sign, and you can put that onto words when you're going on Twitter. So, for example, if you wanted to expose the Watchtower, and you're brand new on Twitter, and you don't know anyone online whatsoever, and you want to get into a community that's going to help you expose the Watchtower, you use the word expose Watchtower and hashtag, and you can hashtag search in Twitter in the search box, and then from there you're going to see people's tweets that have used the hashtag expose and Watchtower. Now, some of them are not going to be Jehovah's Witnesses. They're not going to have anything to do with what you're looking for. But you're going to find something there, and from there you're going to see other hashtags that they have hashtagged along with those words, like maybe Jehovah's Witnesses or ex-Jehovah's Witnesses or JW Leaks. And from there you're going to start getting into a community relatively quickly. It takes some time, but the key to social media is being engaged and doing a little bit here and there. But it's a lot of fun. You can play with it, and I'll tell you, you can teach yourself a lot more than places like Yellow Pages. Yellow Pages, when they do social media right now, some of my videos are outdoing, for the same specific company, are outdoing the Yellow Pages that they pay $3,000 and $4,000 to.
And you're not even trying to do that.
No, I'm not even trying to do that. But and I'm self-taught. I haven't got any degrees in social media. It's all from the public library and Barnes and Nobles, baby.
Oh well, Bobby, I'd like to go ahead and offer you some employment then, because I could definitely be a social media expert.
Yeah, really.
Hey,
you're getting into a whole nother realm now, Bob. You got a whole nother offering now.
Hey, let's talk.
Let's message each other, because I could definitely use your expertise, and I don't, it's for me to learn it. That's gonna take more time than either of us have. But if you could take care, that'd be great.
Yeah, let me know. And anybody else listening, I write ads. I've been writing ads for about 15 years. I'm a bona fide copywriter. My specialty is in marketing, advertising, and small business, as well as taxes and financial, in the financial sector. So, you can email me on that. But it's really easy to use this. Whatever your thing is, you can use it to teach yourself social media and teach yourself a very valuable skill and a potent tool for self-defense if you ever are facing bullying from a corporation, from an institution, or from another person for that matter, or from your boss. But yeah, definitely. Welcome back, Black Sheep.
Hey, thought I'd hop on. And from what you're describing, that's how I started. My first video was just me bitching and pissing and moaning and complaining and whining about how I was, and then it evolved into what this is, and I found all of you.
Exactly.
So it does happen that way.
And I'm glad you found us. We're glad you found us. And you just have to be a little bit courageous, and you have to get out of that mindset that it's too hard or that you can't figure it out. Let go of that. It's a different way of thinking. The internet and the social media platforms, it's all about links and chains and connections. Everything is interrelated anyway. If you look at any given subject, whether it's finances, marketing, business, art, music, they are all interrelated.
Yeah.
They are all interlinked. And that's how people are, and that's how our social processes and connections are.
All you have to do is find the thread and pull it.
Yep.
And just to make sure that I'm not looking like a jerk to people when I was saying earlier about those little boohoo stories that we've done on YouTube. I mean, I've done that myself. I wasn't trying to knock anybody for doing that. All I'm saying is that it gets to a point to where, like you're saying, Black Sheep, that you mature past that point, and that's a springboard. And
Yeah.
we all need to get that out of our system. So when I'm saying something like I was saying earlier, it was only in the vein of trying to encourage people to do something that's going to make a difference now. Because look at how many times you see of all the channels out there, you got plenty of channels that have come along, they've come and gone. Once they get it out of their system, you don't hear from them again. And so be it. If that's what they want to do, go for it, live your life, do your
Yep.
thing. But at the same time, though, there's ones that have a lot more to give and a lot more that they want to get out of their system in a difference making way. So that's all I'm saying is we have to get rid of that security blanket and that little starting point, and start to swim out into the deeper waters at some point. And then and I'm not trying to sound high and mighty. I've had to do that myself, and I've had friends in this community here who have encouraged me to do that and not to just rest on my laurels or just to. Well, I mean, there was a point in time, and there where I've wanted to walk away from it all, and I just was saying, okay, well that's that. I'm done with that. But once it's you get called back in when it comes to the injustice that you see.
Yeah.
You the man,
And
Guitar. You the man.
I appreciate it.
Well,
it
I'm in
takes.
totally agreement with that because, you're never going to stop talking about what you went through if you really went through something. Okay, you're going to talk about that until you die, and then in your
Yep.
death, you're still going to experience and face that all over again. So I'm going to put that out there. So in the mean process of that, a lot of the folks on this call, a lot of the folks in the live chat, including me, I like talking, and I'm going to talk about it as much as I need to talk about it, and I'm going to listen to you and everyone else as much as we need to listen. However, in between that, I'm all for active. I'm a proactive guy. I got to get out there and do something, whether it's writing or talking or walking or something. Something has to be done. That's just me. I know not everyone can do it, but I think the people on this call, if not all of them, we're kind of on that level. And, it's room for everyone. There's room for people who just need to get it all out and never come back again, and they're fine. And that's there too because their videos are helping us too. I look at some of those videos and they help me, even though that person's long gone and they're good with that. That's their path because they have another social issue or something else that they have to handle. It's not just Jehovah's Witness child abuse. We've got all kinds of other issues like dog caging and dogs getting abused and animal abuse. So, right now this is where we're at with our son, but that person, they've moved on, and that's good. It all helps. It all adds to what we're doing anyway. So yeah, I totally agree with Guitar and everyone else about that.
Well, I think what helps with when we see everyone doing things in this regard of speaking against Watchtower is if we know not necessarily why like if anything happened to them, because there are people that nothing happened to them, but they know about people and things like that. It's not necessarily a personal crusade of theirs. There are people that weren't even Jehovah's Witnesses that are hearing about things that have happened to Jehovah's Witnesses, and they're like, this is, we need attention on this. So it's, it definitely doesn't have to just be ex Jehovah's Witnesses. And I'm not saying that you're saying that, because I know that's not what you're saying. I'm bringing it up as well because there are a lot of people that may feel that, oh, well, this isn't my thing, or this isn't my world. I don't know all these things. I'm not with the lingo. I do know that I don't like pedophiles. I do know that, and I do know that there needs to be attention for that. So I think that some people's motivations may not be that they want Watchtower to go away or they want Watchtower to stop functioning as is. I think there are some people that want it to stick around. They want it to, they're not comfortable if Watchtower isn't there, and for
They
whatever
want the
reason
power.
it is. Huh?
They want the power.
The power?
Yes, they want the power that they have, and they don't want to get rid of it. They want to lord over people.
You're talking about the ones that they're still part of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, you must be talking about that. I'm talking about people that are on the outs
Oh.
Watchtower, and they don't want Watchtower to go away. I think that people view it's a different activisms, and they'll go up and they'll be like, hey, leave those poor Jehovah's Witnesses alone. Or there are people that, you know what I mean? Yeah, because they're not involved. They don't get it. All they see is you're there, and it looks like the Jehovah's Witnesses don't want you there. And from what they know about Jehovah's Witnesses, they're annoying. They come to the door, they're annoying, but why are you picking on them, kind of thing? Now they're gonna rise to protect them, kind of deal. You know what I mean? And then now you're looking at it and you're like, well, what the hell? You got it all wrong, buddy. And you don't want to be the guy that says you got it all wrong.
You know who else knocks on your door?
Huh?
You know who else knocks on your door that people just cannot stand?
Those subscription people. You know what I mean? Because you can't stand that.
No.
You got it all
No.
wrong. And you don't want to be the guy that says you got
I hear Boss in the background. Boss is reaching.
I know.
He's far reaching.
Mia, turn your YouTube off.
Cannot stand those subscription people. Can't stand that. There it goes. It's over.
There we go. No, people that teenagers that want candy on Halloween. Knock, knock, knock.
Oh.
Can't stand that shit.
Well, you wouldn't like me because I come all year round knocking on your door.
I think Guitar gets it.
Hey, Black Sheep.
Yeah.
Candy.
I got some candy.
All right.
Hold up. I got some candy. You want some?
Oh, no thanks. He's got that nasty purple crap.
Yeah, no Bibles on this broadcast, please. We'll leave that for others because I really don't have any knowledge. I've blocked all of that out, and my brain has no room anymore.
I did the same thing for years. Like I was telling you before I had to go. 15 years, I blocked everything out. Everything. I didn't want to have to do with it. And I did not want to have to deal with anything witness at all. Period. Because of the experience that I had. So here I am, and I've had enough of it. And well, okay, I need to start relearning the scriptures. And it was there as soon as I started rereading, 1 Timothy 3:16, Revelation 21:4, yada yada, so on and so forth, blah blah blah. And I can remember what I had previously known. And that'll come in handy because now I'm awake like y'all.
And I think that even is a relative term when we think about it, because I mean there's always unlike the background that we're coming from where we thought that we had it all. I mean there's waking up or learning or growing is a continual process. I think it's going to be something that we're going to continue to do. And I know you were saying awake in a definite infinite sense or whatever, but it's something that we all need to realize that even though we're so awake at this point, it doesn't mean that there's not more growth to be had or more motivation. So
what I mean by awake is you're not in the organization, you know that it's bullshit, and even if you are, you still know it's bullshit.
Hey guys, I've got to go, but thank you for inviting me.
Yeah,
thanks for jumping on here.
Candace, you are brave for showing your face.
I won't be so groggy next time.
All right. We love you, Candace. Thanks for showing up.
Yeah,
Get
thanks for
some
stopping by.
coffee.
Looking good, girl. Love you. I'm
Get some
gonna call
coffee.
you later, okay?
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Brush your teeth.
All right, we've got 11 viewers. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We're still talking about JW elders trying to bully victims of abuse that speak out. We're trying to encourage Jehovah's Witnesses who are victims who might be listening to, come on out and talk to us. You can stay anonymous, and we can speak for you. You can stay behind our exterior. We like going out and exposing people. We like to bring out the news and spread awareness. So you can be safe and have your anonymity or whatever. You can be confidential.
Anonymity.
Yeah. What he said.
Amygdala.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. So yeah, come on out and you don't have to worry about getting disfellowshipped or letting anybody in your family know, but still your story and your experience can be heard by the rest of the world out here because we need Jehovah's transparency now. It's 2017 and it's time that we have Jehovah's transparency. And if that means that it will be Jehovah's pedophile Armageddon for the pedophile paradise, then so be it. But we need transparency now, and part of that transparency includes letting the world know about the two-witness rule that the elders are obligated to enforce, and letting them know about the database that the Watchtower keeps on hand, and all of the other things that have been found out. It's only honest. It's only the truthful thing to do.
Hashtag Armageddon is an inside job.
I
Yes.
like that. Hashtag Armageddon is an inside job.
Yes.
I like that.
And I don't think it's limited to just a one-time deal. I think if you're really somebody who's growing on a regular basis and who doesn't stay stagnant, then you're probably going to go through personal Armageddons on the regular basis because you're pushing your boundaries. You're stepping out of your comfort zone on a constant basis, and it hurts. It's painful. It's scary. It's scary as hell, and that's a good thing.
In Watchtower theology, if you go against, you're risking your eternal life. So yeah, it's huge.
Yes. Good point. Good point, Black Sheep. Good point. You are risking your life. You're risking everything. It's a life or death matter to do this. And, even though some of us has been out for a long time, I think in the back of our minds and on a deep subconscious level, there's still that fear trigger of Armageddon, and you're risking your entire existence here. Even though consciously we might like to say, "Oh, I don't believe that anymore," and I'm far removed from that, and no way, But psychologically at the deeper levels, there's a lot of things we're not aware of that on a
Yeah.
subtle level still influence our feelings and behaviors and experience.
Man. I've because of talking to Jehovah's Witnesses frequently, I like constantly watch what I'm saying because I'm trying my best not to trigger them so that they don't shut down. And there's so many words that you have to remember not to say. It affects the way I talk to people regularly now. I try not to say words that doesn't flip them the hell out. But not everybody's a Jehovah's Witness, so that's just something I have to work on before I'm permanently effective in speech pattern.
But that's why we're in a position that we're in, because we know the way they think and what they do and how they feel and what words are trigger words and all that type of stuff. So I mean, I'm all for putting off as long as possible. What I know that's going to be. I've changed my tune a little bit on that in recent months as well, because I mean, I do like to carry myself in a relatively honest way, but at the same time, like we talked about earlier, you're gonna get stonewalled if you're completely transparent.
Excuse me, Jehovah's Witnesses, correct? Yes. Yes. Well, just so you know, I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and I reject your teaching of the Bible, and I reject Jehovah's Witness way of life. And now that I have your full attention, I'm going to share with you. No, so no.
Oh no, disfellowship. Don't listen to. Shun, shun, shun.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ugh.
Oh,
So true. That's such a funny scenario that you're painting, boss. But that's the truth. I mean, it's.
how are you? I'm actually this fellowship from Congregation Sunnyside.
We're gonna walk in like Superman, like bullets are gonna just bounce off our chest, right?
Is that true? Like, who really remembers where it even happened anymore?
Well, I mean, there's plenty of us that have not been decades removed from it to where we,
Yeah.
Certainly.
How are you?
I kind of do, but there was like 3 different ones.
I used to attend Sunnyvale Congregation. They actually disfellowshipped me for apostasy. I just wanted to tell you today.
Is Sunnyvale in Sunnydale?
Sunnydale Trailer Park?
No, Sunnydale, California.
Actually, is Sunnyvale.
But seriously, you can get
Oh, God.
disfellowship for something, and then what they turn into the governing body or headquarters can be totally different. You have no idea.
Can you prove that?
You have to appeal it.
By my own experience, yes.
Did you appeal it?
Oh, well, shit.
Did you appeal it?
No, there was no point at the time.
Don't worry. It's good to not be a part of them, so.
Yeah. There really wasn't, because there was like 70 people already disfellowship in my immediate Kingdom Halls areas. That it didn't make any sense. And they told me that I was being disfellowshipped for having murder in my heart.
Murder in your heart.
What?
Yeah, I was.
No, okay, hold on. Having murder in your heart, as in you would want to.
Story.
Okay.
But it really doesn't have anything to do with child sex abuse, so I don't know if we want to cover it here.
That sounds like a heavy metal love song, "Murder in Your Heart."
I know.
Is it a ballad?
Mia, who did you want to kill? Who did you want to murder?
My husband.
He's thinking about it.
And actually, I was just hoping he would get hit by a train or a bus.
Wow.
It was indirect.
Nice. So you're like.
But apparently, you can get disfellowship for that if you are, a Jehovah's Witness.
You got murder.
So you should never get that angry with your spouse. But interestingly, that was all said and done, and then months later we moved to a different congregation, and I sent in my letter to get reinstated. And when I sat down with the judicial committee, they said, "Now, what was it that your apostasy thoughts were?" And I was like, "What?"
What fellowship does light have with darkness?
I know. I mean, the original committee did not even turn in the letter correctly that, what they had told me and my husband, of course, because, in a committee, even if the wife is up on charges for something, the husband is there and he does all the talking. I didn't even get to say anything.
Oh, wow.
You didn't get to defend yourself?
Nope.
Wow.
It
and he had to sit there and just listen to them tell him, "Yeah, your wife actually told us to another person that she wanted you dead."
All right.
I know. And he just sat there like a dumbass. He didn't know what to think.
He was probably like, "Tell me something I don't know."
I know. This is the first I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Can she give me an ETA?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But you know, this is the normal. This is how Jehovah's Witnesses are. I have seen this kind of thing happen so many times in my own experiences.
Brother Bob Smith, we're gonna need to disfellowship you. You got murder in your heart.
Oh my God.
I've seen people disfellowship for eating the wrong thing. No lie on that. I've seen people slandered, and people have to step down from gossip. Now, I think some of that might have had some grain, a grain of truth, but you know how Jehovah's Witnesses twist things around, like with Mia. You know, the next congregation, they were told that she was an apostate.
Crazy.
You know, crazy stuff.
All right. I've got something for you. In my the video that's the second Bible study, I ask the brother directly, if not that this is going to happen, but if we choose to stop studying with you, and you can listen to this for yourself, so just so I'm not misquoted, but in basically, I go and I ask, if we stop studying with you, what happens to us scripturally? His answer was, well, that's between you and God. We don't judge people.
God is the judge.
Isn't that contradictory to
especially knowing what's in somebody's heart, allegedly, right?
That's when they wash their hands of you. That's all it is.
That's all it is. I say good riddance.
Huh.
He's thinking about it now. What?
Yeah. Because I posed it in such a way that it was implied that, well, since you have the judicial committees and the disfellowshipping process, if I choose not to study with you anymore and I get into it and, get this close to baptism, what's going to happen to me? I could tell that the brother elder snob up his ass knew exactly where I was leading to with it. He was the one that addressed it. He was the one that answered it, and he kind of just shut it down. So, there's that.
Isn't that funny too? You ask a question and then they answer the question without giving you an answer.
Yes.
This sounds like a Law and Order episode.
We might have to make this into 2 parts.
You ever notice how Ice-T, no matter his character, no matter how long he's been doing these sex crimes,
he's always surprised.
He's never heard of it. He's shocked as hell.
Are you telling me? I think I know what you're talking about,
You know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Are you telling me that this guy gets off on abusing kids?
Yeah.
Yes, dude. You've been doing this for 7 years.
Yeah. He's got that look on his face. And he's like, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And you're saying she was raped? What? Freaking SBU.
This from the guy.
Years. And
you're just now figuring that out. You're just now figuring that out. Some people are.
He's that elder. He's that elder who's like, 2 witnesses, really?
really quick on the uptake, yeah.
Now, see, I wanted to go and tell this guy, okay, you come here, you sit down. The one that has the open mind, because he was there, I could not open up and go, Australian Royal Commission, child abuse, spew from my mouth everything that I knew, that Jehovah is a mix of Adonai, Elohim, and the Tetragrammaton, and it was made by a monk that's of Dominican order in 1260 AD, and he made Jehovah. And that, for the people in the live stream, if you don't know, is in pages 884, 885 of the Aid to Bible Understanding book. Go look it up.
Do you mean now?
Yeah, really.
No, I mean just citing my sources, man. That's all.
Oh, I got you. Okay,
Look, he's citing sources. Right.
that's more than we can say for them. Yeah,
That's right.
Right.
and there wasn't even any ... in there.
I'll be right back.
This is beautiful. Does anybody, through all of this entire discussion, ever wonder why there's so many sister elders in the congregation?
Wait, sister elders? There are none.
About the sister elders, boo.
Oh, yes.
Oh, fuck.
Well,
Yeah, that was the joke, and I missed it.
On the boo. Honey.
Well, they really are trying so hard.
Mia, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let me hear some more about the sister elders.
Well, it's just, it's so frustrating. I can imagine, myself included, because I was in it for so long, and observed my mother through so many situations where she was, put on the carpet for different things, and she was trying to be, the good single. My father wasn't a witness, so she was the theocratic head of our household, as it goes, and she kind of carried.
Did she wear the head covering?
No, not in our house, because my dad wasn't a witness, so it didn't matter there.
Oh, okay.
But at the Kingdom Hall, she had just like enraptured all the people, and especially the brothers, because she's a very gorgeous lady, or was when she was younger, and she because my dad traveled so much, she was on her own, with this tribe of children, but still trying to just push her weight on how much she knew and all the fancy people she knew from New York and Philadelphia and all of that. And status. And of course, she's very musical. She played the piano at many of the big circuit, district, and international assemblies and everything. She thought she had some oomph, some power. And whenever her kids started to grow up and give her grief, she wanted to continue to pioneer, and she got called on the carpet a few times just because of that. Because sisters are treated kind of the same way as elders. If your children are not in line, that means you're not taking care of your responsibilities at home, and maybe you shouldn't be pioneering. And so she would always fight them tooth and nail, and she's had her self-esteem knocked down many times over that.
Thank you for reminding me of that. I had forgotten about that little rule.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sister elders. But yeah, she's a funny one, and she hasn't attended a meeting in over 10 years, and she still thinks she's one.
Oh, wow.
She gets off on the power trip.
Oh, she was narcissistic all the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of them like that in the Jehovah's Witness organization. I think it draws the narcissistic people and narcissistic behaviors.
Absolutely. I wish we could talk about that a little bit.
Come on, let's talk about, because it ties right in with elders trying to bully victims. That's narcissists. This elder, that Zebedee Henry, he's a narcissist. I think he's a depraved narcissist. So yes, let's talk about him.
Yo, who's got it on him? I want to hear more about that.
I think that there's a certain I'm not saying across the board, but I think that there's a certain profile that is attracted to that type of lifestyle, and I think that's the type of personality that is, for various reasons.
Yeah.
But it's kind of part of the profile.
Yeah, definitely. It is a type of person that likes to. It's someone who gets off on power, and not just any kind of power, but absolute power. Power over someone that they know will never be able to fight back.
I have God on my side. Beat that.
Yeah.
That kind of power.
Don't you think that feeds into the pedophilia narcissistic whole thing anyway?
Yes. Pedophiles' child molestation is one of the most extreme, malignant, toxic forms of narcissism. You have narcissists that, to various degrees, some of them are just assholes. They don't molest kids. They don't kill anyone. And then you have those type to the extreme that do molest, that do abuse. And a lot of those are drawn to Jehovah's Witnesses, and I think it happens the other way around. They go to the prisons and recruit these pedophiles and murderers, serial murderers like the Yorkshire Ripper. They baptize them and try to get them on parole to come on into the kingdom. So, yes, I think the organization is filled with narcissism of its own. It thinks it's the only truth, that everyone else is deserving of death if they're not part of it. That is narcissism to the core, because narcissists think that everyone else is wrong. They can never be right, and that the rules don't apply to them.
It's under the guise that, hey, this person has changed. He's a Christian now because they are Christian organization of Jehovah's Witnesses. So they equate that to, I found Jeebus.
Okay, now here's the official definition of narcissist. Is a person who has an excessive interest in or admiration of themselves, i.e., narcissist who thinks the world revolves around them.
That's a perfect example.
And now, how
perfect
many
definition.
even former Jehovah's Witnesses do you know of who possess that character?
I can think of one.
I can think of many.
Can we get back to talking about me, y'all? I just don't want it to stray too far away from me. I mean, I get kind of bored,
See, that's the one I was talking about. See what I mean?
That's beautiful.
That gives a perfect example, though. It's all about me. Screw everybody else. Me. I did this. Yep. I did that.
I think this. My opinion matters. Yours doesn't.
Yep.
See, and that's the opposite. We narrow in on the narcissistic personality, but we don't think about who are the people that would bother to follow those, or are there what do you call it? Their
personality trait.
No, they're victims.
That cat's so loud.
They're victims. The victim of the narcissist, because the narcissist is there, and there's no one else around them except for victims. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So do you have a narcissistic person that is drawn to another narcissistic
person,
or is that something that can't coexist?
Oh yes, it can. They have something called I forget the name. Okay, so you've got the regular narcissist, and then you've got the one that looks like a victim, but it's like they feed off of it's a sadomasochist narcissist. Ross, what I'm talking about.
It's like a symbiotic relationship to where it's like they're both sick in the head, but they're going to feed off of each other, right?
Yes. Okay. So let me explain to you. You've got so this is what I've experienced. Okay. So the parentals, the step person was the one that was directly abusive. Physical violence, sexual abuse, beatings, screaming, yelling. and then you had the mother figure. I'm going to call her that, the incubator. Okay, and she would be the by proxy. So she would position herself as someone invisible. So she would get him riled up at me. She would get him angry at me, so that she could feed off of the abuse that he directly inflicted on me. And then
Oh.
afterwards, she would tell me it was my fault. And then a few days later, she would tell me how she didn't like that I was getting beat. So then she would turn into my head to where I would see her as the good parent and see him as the bad parent. So basically, she would pit me against him and then him against me and feed off of that. And that's the I forget the kind of name that is, like a passive type of narcissist that doesn't directly do it, but that uses other people or other narcissists to feed off of theirs, and they go back and forth.
A vampire, sort of, kind of like
a pariah.
Pariah. There we go. Now, see, me, the experience that I shared earlier on stream, I had forgotten the aftermath. After he would get done with me and this, that, and the other, he would give me a hug, say it wasn't my fault, and he would always end with, "I love you always and forever, no matter what."
Aww.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So he's the good guy. He beat the flying piss out of me, but he's the good guy.
Man.
Yeah.
You know?
Alone.
Do you think you could take him now?
Oh, I know I could. He knows I can.
The battle's won.
Yeah. And I didn't even have to throw a fist.
Oh.
See, that's the thing. When they get older and they realize, oh, this person now is a grown-ass man.
Mm-hmm.
Now I gotta face this thing. Then it's all about, oh, why is this happening to me? Oh, you're such a bad person for doing this. No.
Oh my God! Stop it! Because I've heard that out of his mouth before.
What?
I'm not even kidding. I've heard that out of his mouth before, Bob.
Was that before or after you bludgeoned him?
After the I still have conversations with him every once in a while.
That's tough.
And yeah, it's tough. And it's the everybody's picking on me complex. Why are you so mean? Why did you do this? Why don't you love me anymore? Blah blah blah.
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. You took a stainless steel pan to my head and made a dent out of it. Of course. I don't like that.
Well, you know, narcissists, they like to spin that pity. That's their currency, really.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Spin the pity.
Yes, they will try to get your pity. And Beelzebub, he tried to work the pity glands, but it didn't work. It didn't work. Nobody feels sorry for you, okay? You don't even feel sorry for you. So, you know, cut the crap, cut the act. You know what you did, and you know who you are, and you know this was long in coming. You know, cut the Oscar-winning act because nobody's buying it.
Damn.
And the thing is, I've told him, hey, you did this, you did that, yada, yada, so on and so forth. And I asked him, why'd you do it? I don't remember that. That's the answer I got. I don't remember that.
Of course they have selective memory too.
Oh my God, you read my mind.
Let me tell you something. Narcissists, I have this mind map right here, and it's from a book called In Sheep's Clothing. It's called Recognize the Tactics of Manipulation and Control. And this is what they have here. It's called selective amnesia. So naturally, they're not going to
Yep.
remember any crime, any abuse that they did to you. In their mind, and they know that they did that, but they're going to try and get you to think that it isn't true. What they're really
Yeah.
working
Nope.
on is on your memory, not on theirs, because they know what they did. But it's
Yeah, I
called
know.
gaslighting.
Oh my God.
I know. And yeah, I recognized it for what it was, and I kept on pushing it. My memory is sound. I have scars to prove it.
Damn. Damn.
Yeah,
Damn,
he's
damn,
tried that.
damn.
He's tried that. It won't work.
Did you
And
arm wrestle him?
Yep. He is.
I would, buddy. I would flex on him every chance I can. Oh, what's wrong? You can't get the groceries in? You mean this gallon of milk way up above your head? This gallon up right here?
Oh my God.
You take it inside, and then this every
With your
chance.
with
I think
your
I
pinky.
left something here under the TV. Oh, nothing there. Damn, just every chance you got.
I might as well dust while I'm under here.
No, oh, very funny. But no, he is about as far away as I want him to be. I mean, he could be in another country for all I care, but he is as far as I want him. And at my last count, he's more than 1,000 miles away from me.
All right.
I hate that for you.
He's in the middle of the Mediterranean.
Well, I love that for you, that you're able to be far away from that person.
Yeah.
Well, I make him feel it. I'm sorry. Every time he looks at you, he's got to know. Damn, I fucked up every time.
Well, yes, and with that said, there are some of us who still have to take care of our older parent who was our abuser.
Oh, and see, he's playing that card too. Oh, I need to do this. I need to do that. Why won't you help me? No, you do not. You do not have the right to say, I need your help after beating the holy tar out of me. No, thank you. Go away.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here with that. You know, this person affected your life. You ruined my life in a way that I have to now deal with all these extra things as an adult, and you want me to help you? I need all the energy and resources I can for my own family and for myself. And you were never there for me when I was a kid. So now that you're old and sick and lonely, go find your own way.
And
I'm not going to do nothing.
He will go, and he said this too. That's cruel. Why are you so cruel to me?
Oh, poor narcissist.
Yeah.
Of course he thinks it's cruel because
they don't like to taste their own medicine.
Yeah.
No.
You know, this
and
is
I can be a straight asshole. You got to work really hard. You got to work really hard for me to be that sort of asshole. But that, oh man, because usually.
Let me just remind you guys of something. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you if you're not done.
No, go ahead.
I was just remembering an article back in I think it was in the late 60s or somewhere in the 70s when they first started coming down on the fellowshipping thing. And they had an article and it said that, oh, but if your parent is, if your parent and your disfellowship child really need your help, then it's okay to have them over to serve you meals and care for you. But it didn't go beyond that to where the parent would help the child when they were in need. I don't know if anyone else remembers that.
Right. He's okay. He's equating what I'm doing to him. Notice how I word that. What I'm doing to him as disfellowshipping him and not choosing of myself to go, no, I don't want your narcissistic ass in my life. Go away.
Reverse shunning.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, but you know what he'll say? He'll say that he told you to go away. That's what the narcissists do too. They'll tell people that you're the crazy one, and that they told the
Yep.
police, called the police to get you away from them. All kinds of crazy crap.
And I ain't part of that. You got to work real hard for me to be an asshole. I'm that chill, but once you press that button, gloves off, I'm done. You have enough rope to hang yourself. Here you go.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
baby. I just want to wrap my arms around you. I'm so sorry.
I'll give him this. I will give him this. I would not be the person that I am if I did not have the experiences that I do.
That's the type of attitude that you have to take. You have to go ahead and, you know, I mean, we all have crappy situations that we go through, but you know, when you can look at it that way, you know, you're not happy for the history, but at the same time, when you can turn it around and the person thought they were really going to get one over on you, but you're able to make lemonade out of lemons, so be it, you know.
Yep.
Planet Fitness, Gold's Gym. You turn it all the way around. Every time he sees you, he's like, "Damn, look at those apples."
What's with the apples, boss? I missed that one.
You got
all the bad apples around. I got a couple bad apples.
Bad apples.
And you're right. I gotta hit the gym again, man.
The gym, man. Turn it. Got to get those gains.
Look at all them gains.
That's right. Get them gains back. Get in there. Throw them up. You need some Popeye.
Oh yeah. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, I miss my Popeye arms.
Isn't tomorrow Gains Day?
It is.
Well, can I ask a silly question? I
Sure,
promise
go ahead.
this will be silly. I promise it's a silly question.
All right.
Who would prefer being referred to as a ex-Jehovah Witness or a former Jehovah Witness? And aren't there some boundaries outside of that just say affected negatively by Jehovah's Witnesses?
Hey, I like that last one.
Is this one question?
Yeah, it's one question with a lot of commas in it.
I see that. Who would prefer all these titles? I think.
Who would prefer which one?
Oh, who would prefer which one?
Take a vote.
They sounded similar to me.
Yeah.
They're not. They're not. There is a distinct difference.
There's a distinction between ex and former.
I think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't like being called an ex-wife. I prefer being called a former wife.
Well, it depends on where you come from to see the difference.
It's probably that.
So what would be the difference? I mean, you know, why do you prefer it to be a former, Mia?
Yeah.
Well, ex kind of sounds like a nasty pirate who kind of like, you know, knocked your eye sockets out and took
There
all
we
your
go.
money. What? And if you're just a former, well, you boarded the ship and you left.
I get it, Mia. I get it.
What?
You boarded the ship and you left?
Honestly?
Dirty pirate.
You're a dirty pirate.
I know. I'm the one who came up with male and female parts on a laptop.
Pirate. Oh. So the pirate steals the ship, but the former one takes the ship and leaves. So they both steal the ship in this scenario. But one's dirty.
Watch the rerun, Big Boss.
Watch what?
the rerun of the show.
The rerun of. Okay.
No, I mean, if you're an ex, it's like you've been through a divorce. If you're a former, it's like you chose the way, and irregardless.
If I may,
nicer.
if I may, an ex is a divorcee. A former is the husband died, so I can remarry. Fuck it all.
You would say
Man.
my,
Now you're
my
getting
late
into
husband.
Yeah, Watchtower dynamics.
But you know what's interesting? I know we're kind of just messing around with this little side note here, but at the same time, it's we can't let people put us into boxes with their terms and with their you are what you are. It doesn't mean you're defined by something, whether it's ex or former or wife or whatever the heck it is. I mean, it's just you make of it what you want. I mean, all these labels are just dividing people.
I don't think X
You
has
are
a
you.
negative connotation to it. I don't think X, if anything, people nowadays, you hear X and you think of superheroes.
X-Men.
Nobody, it's like.
Well, that's
you're an X-Man. You're an X-Man.
I'm the ex-wife.
Oh, God.
You ever seen The Ex-Girlfriend? She was a superhero, that movie. Uma Thurman, The Ex-Girlfriend.
Honestly, I stuck to I'm an apostate, loud and proud.
Damn, look at him.
Yeah.
Look
That's
at him.
tough.
No, it ain't.
Isn't that tough? Boy.
Well, what I mean, but now you're putting people in a box, Mia.
Yep.
Well, I don't know. I don't know why people want to be it just trying to figure it out.
But why? No, I mean I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I'm just saying I'm just calling you out on it, just like I would hope you would me too. It's just we're so quick to hear something, and then we have an immediate chain reaction in our an immediate chain reaction in our brain.
And that's
what's to say that's an official definition.
What does Bex think about it? Let's get her input.
What is who?
Oh, I thought
she went to bed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, maybe somebody said something that sounded like Bex.
3 in the morning.
There's a name for that. It's called a cognitive filter.
Maybe I'm just trying to soften my own spot here because I've been an ex-wife 3 times.
Oh, that's rough.
No one knew that. Nobody knew that.
So being an ex-JW just kind of like, it's like one more X in the box.
So you're quadruple X.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Wow, that went somewhere fast.
I prefer my
the first one twice, and then there were 2 more.
That doesn't help your situation.
And then there was Jehovah's Witnesses. So we are not quad. We are, what do you call the 5 one? We're not even quintuplet. Quintuplet? I got so many X's on my record. I feel like I ought to be sitting in prison.
But my question is, are all your X's in Texas?
Very true.
Yeah, not a single one.
Well, see, you got something going for you there.
My exes live in Texas.
Oh, my exes live in Texas, but they don't. So, but they are spread out from here to the West Coast, and I'm like, wow, how did that happen?
Now the real question here, Mia, is how many of them did you really hate and wanted to murder in your heart? And that's the real question.
Oh, stop! Guitar, goddamn it!
Mia. I mean, which one was the one that you liked the most? You know, which one was your favorite husband?
The first, of course.
Yeah.
You know,
But I
Cat
wouldn't
B.
have nothing to do with him because he was the one that was the most flamboyant cheater
Cheater.
and a Jehovah Witness. The other ones were not.
Was he also a pumpkin eater?
Cheater, pumpkin eater.
He was a redhead.
Habitual
Oh,
pumpkin
well.
eater.
That would explain the red hair.
Yeah. No, he did go back after almost 20 years of being out. And I heard the rumor is that he walked in to a meeting and he crashed the Kingdom Hall and actually told everybody off and got thrown out.
Well, why don't we get this guy in our corner? Goodness.
Well,
Right?
Because he's back there.
Oh, goodness. What a
He
knucklehead.
went back. He found a new wife. He decided, I'm 60 years old and I want to find a wife. The only way to do this and get my dad's money is to go back. So
yeah, it's money. This just keeps unraveling, doesn't it?
This is like an onion.
We don't.
Well, it's
Layers.
true. Isn't that true?
We got some layers.
It's just.
And I keep crying with every layer.
Okay,
that
Shrek.
true? Anyway.
Everybody likes cake. Cake has layers.
Anyway, I thought
True.
I had done well by moving across the country to the West Coast. But because I have grandchildren here and my children are on the East Coast, I moved back and now I live practically in his backyard.
Whose backyard?
My first husband,
Oh.
who's the one that was the object of the original discussion.
Gotcha.
And it wasn't that I really wanted anything to happen to him. It was just something, hormonal, just had a baby, lady says when she's waiting for her husband to come home from work. God, I wish I'd get hit by a train.
This is just. Wow, man.
Karma affects everyone. It just takes a little while longer than most sometimes. Be patient.
You know, it comes and goes.
I know, but explain to me, what kind of drama queens think that a comment like that means anything?
If I could if I had a dime for every time I said that somebody in my life I wanted to have run over by a train, I'd be a millionaire by now.
Yeah, same here.
How the hell did they twist that into a? They came up with a scripture.
You got murder in your heart.
Yeah, I can hear Big Boss flipping pages in his Bible. I don't even know what it was. It was so long ago. But, you know, for those elders to sit there and tell me that in front of my husband, and then for us to have to go home and sleep in the same bed together after he said, they said you had murder in your heart about me. Ooh, what are you going to do?
Awkward.
I mean, how the hell? What?
And then they left.
and plus, I was disfellowship. So now he couldn't hold hands with me at the Kingdom Hall. We couldn't
What? Who
share
said
the
that?
same
Whoa.
We couldn't. No. We couldn't share the same songbook.
Really?
I didn't have a kingdom ministry, and he couldn't share it with me.
What is?
It was bananas. Ugly.
Hey, by the way, she's still alive.
Hi, lady.
Hey there.
Welcome to the show. Nice to meet you.
That is Lady B. That is my wife.
Lady B.
Oh, hey.
I see a cat behind you too.
There's a few.
Oh wow! How many cats do you have?
17.
6.
Lady B has joined the program.
No, she's just chilling right next to me. She doesn't have headphones on or nothing.
Well, I love her. She's
Yep.
adorable. She's so honest.
Honest called you. Yeah, just called you honest.
Mm-hmm.
You
You
gonna
hear
take
that?
that?
No.
Oh, okay.
You gonna take that?
Thank you.
Well, she's supportive and
She,
speaks your mind.
There you go.
very much
That's what
so.
I call
Very much so.
supportive, Mia. Thank you.
Yay!
And she has an interesting take on things too, because she's never been in the org at all. She is, for the lack of the better term, worldly.
Worldly.
Well, can I ask this? Can I ask this? Does she Does she feel that Jehovah's Witnesses are like as long as we ignore them, like they'll ignore us, kind of thing?
Actually,
But
I will not answer for her.
yeah, yeah.
So hold up.
Oh, okay, all
Brave
right.
man.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good, guys. How are ya?
Well, now that we got you here, and we got black sheep that don't know what we're saying, real questions can come out. Oh no, see, he don't. I don't know. I don't think he can hear. Okay. If you
Probably
can hear
not.
me, okay, he can't hear. All right.
No.
All right.
I can't
So
hear.
we're all. Oh, he can hear. All right. So then I'll ask you the question. In your day-to-day life and what you do, and you observe Jehovah's Witnesses now,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that it could be a live and let live? You ignore them, they'll ignore you, and everything will be all right. Like that should be how we continue.
Well, honestly, they are human beings just like us. Some of them don't really know what the hell they're getting themselves into. So I honestly just think, you just treat them like how you would be treated. But then again, with their history, it's kind of hard to say, well, don't hold a grudge against them unless if because they're just human beings like you and I, like I said.
Right. Would
Okay.
you'd lean toward just live and let live. They're gonna do their thing, and everyone else should do their thing.
Pretty much.
Okay. Can you put Black Sheep back on?
Yeah, sure. Hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, what up?
What the hell are you doing, man?
What do you mean?
She thinks you could live and let live with Jehovah's Witnesses, just leave them be, and they'll leave you be, and that's that. Yeah, yeah. Look.
That's why incidental unwitnessing is so important.
Yeah, dude.
Incidental unwitnessing.
Dude.
Okay, she gave me the okay.
What's going on
That
over
look.
there? What's going on, man? Let me stop.
I
No,
think
it's okay.
I mean I think I can understand where she's coming from in that the average one has no clue. I get that,
The
but at
average
the
one,
same
right?
time, they can't just get a pass because there's enough information out there.
The org is the one that corrupts them.
It takes a long time
She
to
did not
understand.
She made a decent point. Hold up. She made a decent point. The org is the one that corrupts them, but to counter that, they allow themselves to be corrupted.
True.
Well, I don't even fault the JWs at the cart. Just I'm in the same line of reasoning with her. It's not their fault at the cart. I don't know their backstory, this and that. I
Yeah.
get that. But and again, she's not wrong for what she's saying. That she just gave her opinion, which is what I asked. There's no right or wrong here. All right.
Right.
Now,
Right.
the reason I'm jokingly getting on you kind of deal is that they're sitting there being a deceiver, and I feel like it's another opportunity. Again, not on her. There's no pressure on her, but I view it as they're trying to catch another victim by sitting out there. They're like a fisherman who puts the bait out there, just waiting for someone to get to catch the line. So that's what they're doing. That's what they're out there doing. Some fool is going to go up there and grab a magazine unknowingly, or they're going to be like these smarter witnesses that like to reason and this and that at the cart when they see that they have someone that clearly doesn't know about them, and then get them into the Kingdom Hall, and they have another victim. You know what I mean? I always see them as, yeah, you don't know what you're doing, like a child soldier on the battlefield, but you're still there to kill me. You're still there to kill somebody, regardless that I feel bad that you're in that situation. They're a threat. I view them as a threat, but that's just because of me and my personal bias. I view them as a threat to humanity. And there are a lot of people that have the sentiment, just leave them alone and they'll leave you alone. And I don't believe that. I believe that they'll find you. They'll go to your home. They'll work where you work. They'll find a way to leave a magazine at your door, and they're constantly trying to poison humanity. I view them as a serious problem that needs to get unweeded upon sight. But that's just me. That's just me and my personal bias.
I can see you. I can see your point, because I was that guy that went and knocked on doors and left a magazine rolled up in and shoved it in the door and just chilled and let it be. Now, for someone who hasn't had that happen to them, however, you can't fault that because they don't know.
But let's just think about it. This just popped into my head. It's related, but it's not related. But everybody knows that NAMBLA organization, right? The National Boy Man Love stuff. So if somebody's been raised around that group and they think that is normal, does that mean that we should just go ahead and let them promote their doxy or whatever you want to call it, their way of thinking? No, because we know it's not right.
You wouldn't offer them free speech? You wouldn't offer NAMBLA a free speech platform?
I'm chuckling just at I'm agreeing with you. It's a very similar situation. Because those people are probably not murderers. They're probably not thieves. They're probably they may be good to their wives and husbands or whatever the case is, or they may have sick elderly parents that they take care of or whatever. That's all well and good. They may buy Girl Scout cookies or whatever the case is, but it's just they got this whole other, this whole other thing that is just kind of negates all those good things.
That's cute. The Girl Scout cookie thing. That's cute,
that was not really. I wasn't meaning to make a joke there, but yeah, I know.
No, I get it. You're right.
All right, everyone. Listen, I've got to go, but listen, I thank everyone for coming in and tuning in and listening. And Guitar, Big Boss, Black Sheep, and Mia, and all of the other ones that came on. I really appreciate your support here. And anyone else? Yeah.
You know what? I said that's my man Bobby. He looked like he hurting right now. I'm gonna come through.
Yes,
everybody else heard the call. I want to say, Black Sheep, you the man. You're doing good work out there. I really appreciate you seeing you out there, because I know it's a sacrifice that you're making, and you know what I mean. You're doing this for the greater good, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I want you to know I really appreciate it. And
this one too helps me too.
She's she's allowing those monsters in the house, so you appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. You're trying to reason with people here. It's good. It's good, man.
Give them some Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah.
Guitar, you the man. I appreciate everything that you're doing. You're a very humble guy, and you don't like to take you don't like all this shine and this and that. But what I mean, you gotta give a friend an opportunity to appreciate another friend. So I definitely gotta let you know that, man. To me, you're one of the good ones. You're shining, man. It's really bright. I'm really
at least you're not a light bearer.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, I'm just
talking about the shining light. Don't do it.
Oh shit!
It's like what do they say, that the higher tide makes all the ships rise up. So I think that's what's going on. It's
yeah.
There you go.
Yep. All right, everyone. I'm gonna go. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Skeeto Punk, everyone in the live chat. If
Thanks for having us, Bob.
Listening, Guitar, thank you so much for everything you're doing. Black Sheep, love you. Big Boss, love you. Mia, love you. Candace, all the other people, Bex, O'Neill, Cat B. I know a lot of people left, Denise, and we still got 6 viewers. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Love ya. Love ya.
Oh, one last thing. If anyone can point me to somewhere that can get me to learn Greek for free, if you've watched my latest video, my dude Wolf, he's trying to figure out how to brush up on his Greek. If you could send some link or something somewhere that would,
Rosetta
you know,
Stone.
help us out like that.
We'll keep it in mind. We'll look out for some good stuff for you.
All right. Thank you.
Love you, everybody.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care, y'all.
Later.
See ya.
It's gonna be amazing.
Bye, guitar.
All right.